I am Xay S Kryptor and this is Mark E. Kryptor at Studio RX at the RDK main HQ in Elite City, Ultimopian.
For those wondering why we take over for remainder of hour and not to show remainder of this hour of VWG2N. This because we are under RDK 3000 TriStar RDK countdown watch as we showcase this special segment. This because of an active countdown to the new Xen year and ZMQS as we have less than 19 minutes to the event. This is VWG2N is still under programming break. This is the audio portion of broadcast is on separate audio, also on multi-view. Otherwise if you need to continue watch VWG2N, tune to Vista Television or Viva Vision right away. Otherwise have one TV or device tuned to VWG2N and another on RDK 3000 TriStar television service. Only have one television? Then tune your radio to RDK 3000 TriStar radio service 1. Check local listings. This is we are also airing it on radio.
This is we will cover key events leading to the final countdown and celebrations. This is we have key RDK newsline correspondents at key locations. This is, we better hand off to Vista VWG2N since the hosts are reportedly at NYE Central of Digi Square Elitizot while we listen in.
This as we are at NYE Central of DG Square Litosat for the 15-minute sequence for the new Xen year and ZMQS. To occur soon this as we bring the VWG2N feature on the influence of NYE events in collation with timing of the sports matches.
Yes, this is the Ultimopian League of Gaming and Esports. Game Jam in the past tournaments has scheduled the selected esports matches.
Wait, we just got told we are on the pod. Our headset without realizing it has left to be lowered to the Spirits Arena section below. And SE Stars plays have an important announcement as we hand off to him now.
I am Scott Elitistar, SE Stars Plays, gaming live streamer. To our beloved fans, this after the Queen Elizabeth II's funeral and cessation of RDK 3000 TriStar 9-hour temporal operation halt as the main HQ to reopen at 3 p.m. Elite City on September 19, 2022. Just 5 hours toward the new Ultimopian year, SE Stars Plays to launch the SE Stars Week, to last until Sunday evening, September 25, 2022. This is I write up the blog on the subject on my blog earlier tonight. This is more information to be available on VWG2N in tomorrow's show and after tonight's match on my blog at www.sestarsplays.elp with a Z and not S. This is Andrew Blake and I to host the viewing party of esports match in subject, not the LG Game Jam but the other subject from the 29th. Andrew? Yes, this being the League of Legends Worlds 2022 Championships as we are going to host a viewing party at the gaming lounge at DG Square Elitizat. This is we to host prizes, giveaways and such. This is we have special perks just to show up for our ElitoTube fans and Rascord users, also Elitwixer, Sparkboot, TalkTac, Switch, Instasram and Stram users. More info to come on his blog in later time. Tournament lasts from September 29 to November 5, 2022. This as my brother Raymond Blake have additional words.
Yes, as he will discuss the subjects in relation to SE Stars Week to occur next week. Also the League of Legends Worlds 2022 on the 29th. This is for the subject at top of the hour. Hold on. Robert, Mickey, and Shawn, quiet please.
Xay S Kryptor here. It appears that Raymond Blake from Alito Gamer ESP is chatting to his colleagues as he is with the VWG2N hosts who recently arrived at DigiSquare Elitizon. They are at esports arena section. The VWG2N hosts were just lowered from NYE Central via lift of Excite. The hosts were supposed to report on why the timing of esports match timing at start of new Xen year and ZMQS. This as we at RDK 3000 TriStar are wondering on the outcome. This as, he's gonna say some words.
Unfortunately, we have to take a 60-second break, as we will be right back after these messages. However, for RDK viewers, we immediately hand off to Mark E. Kryptor and Chris K. Kryptor at Studio RX.
1 minute advert break, he says, as we have to immediately hand off to affiliate coverage from Alito News 24 as the correspondent discusses 15-minute countdown kickoff at NYE Central.
This is Jinx Time. Excite 1, 2 and 3 series at NYE Central was given away to the RDK6 at RDK 3000 TriStar headquarters. In return, Ryan M. Kryptor gave Jared Raystar a new Jinx Time Excite MK4. This is Lion Jared Raystar, Lioness Renee Sanders and the crew are getting ready for the 15-minute countdown sequence at the NYE countdown for the new Xen year and ZMQS. Here's the cue for the countdown to the kickoff. The 10-second countdown warning cue is active. It's just about to start. Just about. Now, this is the 15-minute countdown sequence kicks off now as it's 7:45 p.m. Elite City. Now, for the person responsible for this afternoon's fireworks mishap blamed on mosque fire alarm. He has since apologized, however he is not a Muslim, as he's banned from the mosque until after Mawlid, Prophet Muhammad's birthday, 12th Rabiul Awwal 1444 AH on the Islamic calendar, Sunday, October 9th, 2022, Kappa 9th, EY 1022, and 9th Konian Kb.P 17 on the Kambor calendar for KN24 viewers.
As the correspondent says, we have 15 minutes to go until the new Xen year and ZMQS. This is, we have to pass you this important programming alert.
This is we have gotten told, that Vista Television and Viva Vision is now simulcasting Alito Gamer ESP concerning the esports match Spotlight, Grove and Ossadek Thieves and Meritus City Fuel. In addition, VWG2N Producers has gotten reassigned to cover for Alito Gamer ESP for nighttime version of Game Day Live, Gamer Siege Battle Night Live, as VWG2N Producers have to prematurely end the show for the night as requested by Alito Gamer ESP.
This while we are in RDK 3000 TriStar Countdown Watch. This means as we have to start RDK 3000 TriStar Today Prime Edition early as it to be the special extended edition, as we also want to welcome to other networks of RDK 3000 TriStar, radio, television, streaming and more as RDK 3000 TriStar Today Prime Edition begins right now. This is RDK 3000 TriStar Today Prime Edition. I am Chris K. Kryptor and this is Mark E. Kryptor at Studio RX at the RDK main HQ in Elite City, Ultimopian.
We are going multi-platform as we are powered up always. Here's the headlines at this present.
RDK 3000 TriStar RDK Countdown Watch. We have less than 13 minutes toward the new Xen year and ZMQS. We have live coverage of the countdown coming up next.
New Year polls is being raised outside in Elite City in appreciation for event tonight. Subjects also occurring now or imminently around Costa Aero and at RDKCon in Kanbordee City.
Esports and gaming. Meritus City Fuel and Grove and Ossadek Thieves slated to compete in esports match best of 7 in Counter Blitz Striker at the new Xen year and ZMQS at top of the hour.
This is I head to DigiSquare Elitizon, but first to do quick errands. Now the odometer on my car, 2023 Flex KH5T. It has crossed 1,000 kilometers, 2,500 kina nitros. This is it's my first refill as I have my car since past week or so. As it's a hybrid gas-electric car, however it also has a flex fuel engine. So I put in E85 once I head to the fuel station in past couple days. As the car have 3 electric motors, 2 rear, 1 front, with turbocharged 2.0-liter i4 engine also in front, and generator with dual-clutch 8-speed automatic with manual gearing mode.
We begin with the RDK 3000 TriStar RDK Countdown Watch toward the new Xen year and Xen metric quad season of ZY10978 and Xen date of 4391.2.
That was Raymond Blake over at Elito Gamery SP at DG Square Elitizat in Elite City, Elitopia via simulcast on Elito News 24, affiliate of KN24, as with Shawn Kipstar over at KH24 in Mudkip City, KB.P also correspondents from Muni Radio Television and our RTKL from Muni and Kiplionian Kingdoms in KB0227. This as the esports match, also the new Xen year and ZMQS to occur at the top of the hour in like a dozenal, less than 2.5 minutes, as it's 2:04 Kb.P and after 4:57 Kb.T. This is we have to wrap up the hour here on KN24 and KN24 Night Watch. I am Chris Kanbordee reporting live outside RDK 3000 TriStar Kanbordee Unit Division Central HQ in Kanbordee City. In behalf of Kb.P and KN24, we wish the viewers a splendid new Xen year and ZMQS, especially toward KN24 International Elitopia, as it's few moments close to 2000 hours ELS, joy and dissonant zero. As coverage continues after 20:05 ELS and 5:05 Kb.T, stay with KN24.
Seconds.
This is for you, Kb.P. Concerning results of early morning esports match, Groban RDK Thieves gets shut out by Meritus City Fuel, 4-0 as MSF also shuts out Elite City Shock 4-0 as they to take on DG Red Blitz Esports tonight. As Kanbordee City Thieves are now at Pekofinakolan as they departed Kanbordee City in recent hours. This as Rikikan is checking on his calendar for the events in second half of the month other than funeral of Queen Elias II on the 19th.
Yes, Kanbor Blitz. This as the funeral start at 1500 Kb.P and Silver City on September 19, 2022. This being start of 9-hour RDK operation suspension ending at midnight 20th.
Kanbor Blitz. Add Stefan AT Kryptor from RDKTR immediately. I do note, 1 Giatrokant, or 10 days toward the new Alphtronic Omni Giatrokant or metric season. Final one toward the Alphtronic Omni metric and solar millennium as the big one for Giatrokant 1000 and year 2000 in the Alphtronic Omni era to kick off 5 hours after new Kanbor year Kb.P 18 and at the new Elite year EY 1023 at 0500 Kb.T first Starion Kb.P 18, 1900 hours RDK 31, December 2022. Choi and Desi Newt 0 first Alpha EY 1023 Elite Day 0.
Okay. This as heat is available, stand by. Kb.P, you also add representative from Elite City also.
Okay.
Hello. Stefan AT Kryptor here, it's just crossing 300 Giatrokant AOCX just now.
And 30.0 EMT, 0312 RDK and Elite City, 0712 TRX, I am Barto, Xen S Kryptor from the main HQ in Elite City. This is I just clock in much earlier than expected. What is up? Rikikan, Kb.P, and Tronix?
This is my cousin Stefan Alphtronic Trap, who is Stefan AT Kryptor from RDK 3000 TriStar Alphtronic Unit Division from Alphtronic City told me, Jason elitid trap of the new Alphtronic Giatrokant to occur at IOTA 23rd, 1999 OAE or EY 1022, at 0 Giatrokants, September 23, 2022 at midnight UTC.
Yes, it to be Giatrokant 99,990 or Giatrokant 999.9. Final one toward the Alphtronic Omni metric and solar millennium of year 2000 OAE and Giatrokant 1000 in which to occur at start of new Elite year EY 1023. Tokio Raystar. This translates to 8 o'clock p.m. Elite City on September 22nd, 2022 for the upcoming one in 10 days and at 7 o'clock p.m. on December 31st, 2022, Alpha 1, EY 1023 5 hours at New Kanbor year Kb.P 18 at 00.0 EMT and 0000 TRX. Yes, Richard Raystar, this in the next 110 days for the big one on New Year's Eve. Jason, who just said that?
My friends Tokio Raystar and Richard Raystar at Ultimopian University behind me.
Tell them after classes to head to DG-S-ELZ to request subject to Lie and Jared Raystar on the matter, also the other subjects regarding Ultimopian and Kaysar New Year's and New Year in Old Anova of year 3012, but do the NYE in Old Anova, Alphtronic Omni style. But one thing, we do not have classes today because of campus mandated holiday due to New Zen Year although it's an observance and not federal holiday in Ilitopia, this is we to head to DG-S-ELZ very soon. Yes, this is we better tell relative Jared Raystar on the Tokio Raystar. Hey there.
Hey there Shigo and Richard, I heard what you said. I called him on my cell in past minutes, he said he's going to do it for subjective events. This is I have to mark the events down on my planner. This is I have to get hold of Savage, Dewey, Ryoka, Subert, Itsuki, Initial, Cameron and others to plan host the evening car show on evening of 19th, 21st and or 22nd.
Yes, this is we are going to host a Green Car Fest 2022, EY 1022 in daytime, on subjective dates, as it to be an ELU sponsored event, with fellas from ECT also pitching in, at Drive-In Theater.
Yes, This at one side of Drive-In Theater, while the other side, to be hosted by the elite city car community for the car show. Toki Kirby, you shouldn't touch my phone, nor look at it. This as the events and reminders I just input does not concern you, but I can tell you this, autumn equinox on 23rd but technically evening 22nd after 9 p.m.
This is I guess, you and the fellas at the car community to host the seasonal car show, at 9 p.m. on September 22nd, 2022, or 21st, 20th, 19th.
Around said dates, at 8 o'clock p.m. in the evening.
And why not 3 p.m. on 17th, the new year in Old Unova year 3012?
Not only that, I, Savage, Cameron, Dewey, and others including Robert and Shawn are to do friendly race at Zen Speedway. This as we held one last year. However, I did not manage to participate as my ride was not ready for the race at that time as I was out of town at that time.
Sad. As Ringo Silvestar has unexpectedly went out the door, as he forgot something as it's his device, the same as mine as it was left at his office over at Petrus EDZ Jinx Zen KanborUnion at Media HQ.
Cooper, I challenge you for a race at the dawn of the new Splix half year. Ozzie laps. Circuit Blitz. Quadio 4-kilometer track with each kilometer of different terrain types.
Ozzie laps. 64 laps. That equal to 256 kilometers, 640 kilometers. Okay, race on, Slicker.
64 laps? 256 kilometers. I need to get her attention but gonna use the car horn, since the subject to occur tonight at 8 o'clock p.m.
What Cooper and Slicker has said, they to race on a shorter track than the one I raced with Savage and Dewey just 5 days ago. Anyhow, it was a pretty darn close race. However, I win the race while Savage was a close second.
Yes, Kevin, this is Corey Edwards knew you and they compete in a 10-lap race while Cooper and Slicker compete on a 64-lap race, and like quadruple the length overall. TriStar television service Roblox feed also Alito News 24 International Robloxia also devoting coverages with the domestic feed as we do include the shot from Roblox via pick and pick.
You should get ready for the race, as it to be 10 laps around the 6.4 kilometers, 16 kina nitro track, of 4 surface types, sand, dirt, pavement, and hard-packed gravel. 64 kilometers, 160 kina nitros, almost 40 miles in imperial units, 75.5 kilometers in Alphtronic units, 34.5 nautical miles.
This as we race each other after tuning adjustments to our cars. Also we will race against one other fellow.
Yes, you are right. This is Kevin Edwards are going to race with you. This is my cousin Corey Edwards told me, who reside in Kanbordee City visiting Elite City today, told me Thurl gonna to be New Year on the old Unova system of year 3011 to occur at midnight Unova and Kb.P. 3 p.m. Elite City once we race, as we was just back from Unova just last week as we were in Catalina City. Take note of that.
12 a.m. in Unova and Catalina City, and I do note the same time in Kb.P. Canber time, being time in Kanbordee City. Anyhow, how many hours offset from Elite City time?
9 hours ahead of Elite City time, 10 hours when daylight saving time is not observed from November to March, as it's 23:56 Kb.T in Unova on 17th Darwian Kp16 and 17th Samurat UP11, translating to September 17th, 2021.
This means the current time here is 2:56 p.m., as race to start in 4 minutes, approaching 3. How do you know the time and time zone offset?
I am Kevin's brother, Richard Edwards. He and I reside in downtown Elite City. Anyhow, before when we moved to Elite City, we resided in Kanbordee City and Kanbor World areas since 2017 until 2020, until Tropical Storm Mudcup menaced Kanbordee City. My and Kevin's house were swept away from flood waters, as I and he was underwater in flood waters up to 5 meters deep. Thank good we had our water gear, so we survived as we got rescued. However, due to the conditions at that time, we were forced to move and emigrate to Ultimopian. Before 2017, when we moved to KK 2005 City, in which is now Kanbordee City, I and Kevin resided in Pearl City, Gemhug, Picofinland, in which is on UTC, as current time over there is 18:57 and 45 seconds, as I look at the time on the Zen Speedway clock. Anyhow, you told me 15 minutes ago, regarding your cousin Tokio Raystar, as he works at a freight train firm Z-Rails. I have seen his train, as I know every train, as I do have passion on trains as much as cars, also boats. Even esports too, as Opticalito takes on Blood Red Gaming in a few minutes, as I grab my pocket television tuned to RDK 3000 TriStar TV service with secondary channel to Alito News 24 and radio on Alito Gamer Radio 100.7.
Yes, this as he's busy working as engineer. However, the race to begin soon, approaching 90 seconds on the clock. Also to the new year on old Unova system as the area when you were born. Pecofinicone. The country has become a kingdom state since September 9th, 2021.
Yes, this is it transitioned from a republic state.
Correct, Richard. This at midnight Pecofinicone time, aka UTC, 8 p.m. Elite City on September 8th, 2021. However, Savage and Dewey, you must pay attention to the starting lights.
On it, Kevin.
Same as I, Kevin. Nico, go grab your ear protectors out now and put it on, cause the engine's to be loud.
Ear protectors are already on, Dewey, as it's 2:59 p.m. as Richard Edwards told me. There'll also be fireworks too in Unova, Kanbordee, even in Kalos, plus here in Elite City Metro for the new year of the old Unova system in the next minute. I know you, Kevin and Savage, are tough to withstand, as you must have not got distracted at all during the race back on the 10th for new Canbermetric year of KMS60 just 6 days 23 hours and 59 minutes ago. This is I wish you good luck on the race. Also toward Kevin and Savage as I grab out my device in television mode, tuned to channel 5.1, RDK 3000 TriStar TV service to witness the countdown.
This is behalf of RDK 3000 TriStar. I'm RD Kryptor. Wishes everyone everywhere a splendid new year of old Unova system of year 3011. This is the final countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year on old Unova system, year 3011. Happy New Year, Giatrokant Priapria OTV Oili Wasusawai.
Happy New Year on old Unova system, year MMMXI. Best wishes from Xen Z Kryptor from RDK 3000 TriStar Roblox Unit Division. Fireworks here at RDK Tower in Roblox are sure of beauty. I challenge Elite City, Kanbordee City, Unova, Kalos, Zenpos City, Web Chesterfield, Test City, Gmod, Neopia, World of Gully, Second Life, Papo, other areas in Roblox, Pinewood Computer Club, Adopt.me, Pacifico, Brookhaven, Greenville, Sizzleburger, Pet Simulator X, 21 Pilots Concert Area and elsewhere.
That was brief remarks from Xen Z Kryptor from RDK 3000 TriStar Roblox Unit Division, as he does mention 21 Pilots virtual concert in Roblox in the next 4 hours. There's an unexpected event, as fireworks has since went off at the concert area for the new year on the old Unova system while waiting for the concert. This word from our field correspondents in Robloxian Federation. Cameron, I do recall event back in 2021, EY 1021 when I and Shawn spectate, you did action to crash Savage's 300ZX. However, no wonder he did not die as he jumped out just in time as he went on to his other car, his Evo 9, as he fought hard back in revenge to win.
Yes, this as I would have to repeat the action today, but I cannot do it because I will get banned from Zen Speedway for life if I do, as they say that it's an intentional act of unsportsmanlike conduct, as they take it very seriously, as if it results in death, I would be sent to jail for life or even sentenced to death.
Oh my god. Engine overheat warning light is on. Engine coolant temperature gauge in the red. I have to head to pits to allow the engine to cool down. Thank god it's after the next turn. Drat. Turtle light just came on. Power limited, although the hybrid temperature battery is nearing red, as the battery charge is getting dangerously low, although still good on fuel. I have to head off the track into the pits and potentially to sit out for remainder of the race. Just heard from my bro Shawn. He's also heading to pits. Car engine radiator is overheating as he cannot continue at this time. This as I just note. I see dark clouds coming from the west. This as I do note. It may gonna rain soon. This as I and Shawn may consider as an abundance of caution to withdraw over fears of the weather as I and Shawn have rain gear in our cars. Robert Kaystar is right, as I heard chatter from Thunderscope. On my multi-radio this as I mark Xay S Wonder, since it's not even halfway into the race yet. This as the drivers were not yet told of this. However we have to put on our rain gear since it is getting dark. Corey Zanders. Yes, Mark. This as I check from the MSE. In recent minutes heavy rain is moving toward the west. Also report from automated weather station, to be quite windy with gusts of 60 to 70 km per hour, 36 to 42 kina nitros per choi, also to be quite unseasonably cool. This as the race would come to. Hold up Farah. Got a text from Chris Xay S, RDK 3000 TriStar code Aqua is in force. This must be pre-alarm, this is. Oh no. Wind is picking up fast. Eep. Raptor, open up the umbrellas fast and put up hoods on the raincoats. It'll gonna be a soaker. Level 1 amber rainfall warning just issued for Elite City Metro from the MSE. Oh my god. It's beginning to rain. It's raining hard. Quite windy out too. Mark, just got hold of race director on the radio. The drivers are ordered to get off the track due to adverse weather conditions. Unsure if the friendly race gets suspended or to call it off.
Welcome back to Kaysar24 English today. I am Romuald Gansbourg over at Kaysar24 Studios over at SMK headquarters in Kaysar City, Kaysar Republic. We have this news item just into Kaysar24 from the Elito Newswires, citing ELN24 from Elite City, Elitopia. They had received word in which we at Kaysar24 also learning of the event to be held at the top of the hour, midday in Kaysar Republic, but other than viewing party of Xenopolian Esports Tournament 2017 Grand Finals to take place at 1400 Xenopolis City, midday Kaysar City, where Optic Xeno takes on Xeno Phase. This being a non-esports and non-sporting event, as it's also not a musical-related event, i.e. concert or live orchestra. This from Lumiose City from Unova region, in which to occur at midnight on Thursday the 12th of October 2017 local time over there. This is, we learn more, to be televised event, and reports of crowds gathering around some tower awaiting subject. To repeat what we learned so far, to be undetermined event, being televised in region and surrounding areas, also in-person event in Lumiose City in Unova district, with event to occur at top of the hour. This is, we also learned just now, it is not viewing party of Xenopolian esports match. To repeat, not a viewing party of Xenopolian esports match, also not a viewing party of other subjects including football, however for some viewers being referred as soccer, baseball, hockey, autosport racing, Aussie rules football including those for the Giatrokant Football Association 2017 finals, baseball, or other sport, or a musical performance. This is we learn, being significant development as we update the news banner from just into news alert, being New Year in Old Nova of year 3004 to occur at top of the hour, at midnight Lumiose City, 2300 KK 2005 City, and midday in Kaysar. To repeat, what we learn now, there will be a New Year related event, being the New Year in Old Nova of year 3004 to occur at top of the hour, at midnight Lumiose City, 2300 KK 2005 City, and midday in Kaysar. We just got told that we will hand off to affiliate coverage to Sylvian Network for more on the insight where they air Evolution news. The show has just went into a commercial break as we cut in to deliver updates from our affiliates related to the matter, from the fellows over at Xeno News 24 over at Xenopolis City, Xenopolia. The Xenopolian Esports Association has not heard of the subject as of yet. This is word from Ultimo 24 from nearby Ultimopia. As an abundance of caution, the 24 hours of Ultimo is being delayed 60 minutes due to potential outcome as it to occur at midday Ultimate City, 1300 Kaysar City. Word from WRT News, the Webchesterian semi-annual esports tournament finals is postponed until tomorrow. Word from ELN24 from Elite City, Elitopia, citing RDK 3000 TriStar television service, there will be celebrations at the RDK establishment, but not across Elite City. This is some additional flashes also came from CJN24 from Silver City, Giatrokant, midnight fireworks show in salute over at the beachfront as Giatrokant to give salute to Unova. From the fellows at Jinxtopolia News Network, the Jinxtopolian Surfing Championships 2017 is being moved to afternoon as per precautionary move in case of fireworks. As for word from our Hextopolian sources over at Hex News Plus, to be laser and light show, and from Alphtronic Newsnet and Omni Newsnet, to be laser and light show but with music with two key moments, midday Kaysar and at 12:12 Kaysar, or 800 Giatrokants with 10,000 Trokant countdown. This is we also got word from the event organizers for the 2017 Kaysar Aeroplane Show. It's still a go as fireworks are banned at Kaysar City International Metro Airport. This is we want to remind of the esports tournament in Xenopolian Esports, the Xenopolian Esports Tournament Finals 2017 in which Optic Xeno takes on Xeno FaZe as they to compete in best of 5 in League of Legends. This is match start to occur at midday Kaysar City, 1400 Xenopolis City at the top of the hour. Speaking of video game League of Legends, the final day of Knockout League in Worlds 2017 League of Legends World Championship. This is tomorrow being final day of the main group stage in Wuhoni, Hubei, Zhongland in alternate verse with the quarterfinals to take place from 19th to 22nd at Guangzhou, Gunadoni, Zhongland in alternate verse, semi-final in Dragonshang on 28th and 29th and the finals in Beijing on the 4th of November 2017. This is following conclusion of 2017 Worlds, another esports event to occur also in alternate verse being the 2017-2018 Overwatch League inaugural season as the action to occur in early January 2018. This is the esports players to compete in video game of Overwatch in which we Kaysarians never heard of the video game so far, as we do expect the video game to be reviewed by our sister station Kaysar Tele in French language only with report on Kaysar 24 with English interpretation in report in tomorrow's newscast. The pre-season action to kick off November 2017 in 2 months. However, we must also remind that the two subjects also the Xenopolian Esports Tournament Finals are on Kaysar Tele in French language with English interpretation on separate audio with the Kaysar Tele Esports commentators with coverage outside Kaysar Republic, Ultimo Duo Vision in Spanish language with English interpretation on SAP. Xeno Gaming Esports, Game TV in Elitopia, CJNESP in Giatrokant, other areas, check local listings. Once again, Xeno FaZe takes on Optic Xeno in Best of 5 in League of Legends, event being held at Xenopolis City Esports Gaming Center in Xenopolis City, Xenopolian Republic with viewing party here at New Esports Arena in Kaysar City in which opened today to be home of 2018 Kaysarian Esports Tournament next year. This is the match start is at the top of the hour, as with one other event, the New Year in Old Nova as Evolution News just went out of commercials as we listen in once again.
receive the option of the good object. Now I have new levels. I have some bites. Now the levels got already. Now the levels
I am Romuald Gansbo once again. This is the correspondent and host hands-off to live shot as we show the Kaysar24 clock on the overlay, in which we have 3 minutes to the new year in Oldou Nova being 2 Mitri weeks, close to 3 weeks, after the Kaysarian counterpart of year 681 of the Kudo, 226 of the Revolution. This is we have to wrap it up for Kaysar24 today English. I am Romuald Gansbo over at Kaysar 24, Kaysar24 News Central at headquarters of SMK, Société de Médias Kaysar, Kaysar Media Corporation in Kaysar City, Kaysar Republic. I will be double duty as I to host Kaysar24 Lunch Express on Kaysar24 English feed with my sister Caroline Gansbo hosting French counterpart on the French feed. Anyhow, in behalf of the folks of SMK, we wish the fellows tuning in a splendid new year on the Oldou Nova of year 3004, bonne année, as we see you after midday. You are watching Kaysar24 English feed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bonne année.
Happy New Year. There you have it. The new year in Oldou Nova as it just went midnight in Lumiose City in Unova, translating to midday in Kaysar City as the times are 12 hours, 5 metric hours apart. This is the sequential light up at Prism Tower has concluded. This is fireworks are in progress across Lumiose City, and across Unova, also in KK 2005 City, in which word this morning to be renamed to Kanbordee City in 2018, or Kan Year 13, with time zone shift to 5 hours ahead of Universal Time, in 2018. This is fireworks are also reportedly going off in Silver City, Giatrokant also in Hex City, Hextopolia, but no fireworks in Alphtronic City, and Omnistar's laser and light show is in progress. First key milestone reached is second one at 1212 Kaysar, 800 KTS, also no fireworks in Elite City, Elitopia and here in Kaysar City, but fireworks in Ultimate City from our sources from Ultimo24, also in Xenopolis City, in which we just got word, the esports match is under a game pause and Kaysar Tele is now simulcasting Kaysar24 French feed. This is the game pause was done by Xenophase esports player after being distracted by fireworks outside. Considerations are being made to delay the match.
Welcome back to Ultimo24 Today English. I am Diego Conejo over at Ultimo24 News Central over at headquarters of CMDU, UBMC in Ultimate City, Ultimopian. This is its New Year's Day in Ultimopian calendar, however the official one isn't until January 1st, once we ring in 2019. This new year on the Ultimopian calendar is so unique as it's a tradition in past centuries in which we Ultimopians have some sort of carnival, as the New Year's Carnival Parade is slated to kick off at noon in Ultimate City as that to be televised on Ultimo24, with the related event to occur at top of the hour at 11 o'clock Ultimate City, where there will be a dance fest. This is Hold On, in which to be joined by one other event. This is Wheel It, to be another New Year's related event 11 hours after Ultimopian New Year of year 678 of the Kudo era, and few days before Kaysarian and Xtopolian counterpart, to be New Year in Old Unova half a world away, with Kanbordee City, Kanbordee Republic also to be celebrating. This is event to kick off at midnight Unova NRKT on 18th Chestnut Canyon year 15 or September 18, 2018. Translating to 11 o'clock Ultimate City. This in conjunction with the Xenopolian Esports Summer Finals 2018, in which Xenophase and Xeno takes on Best of 7 in newest video game, Battle Blitz Wars. This is the subject in the past year, where they compete in Best of 7 in Call of Duty, in which they were originally to compete in Best of 5 in League of Legends, as during the unscheduled intermission blamed on fireworks for New Year on Old Kalos in October 2017. A last-minute change was made to the match format regarding video game and mode. This as they would have competed in Best of 5 in League of Legends before the change just yesterday. Speaking of League of Legends, we must not forget on one other related subject in esports and gaming. This as the related esports tournament to occur next month, Worlds 2018. 2018 League of Legends World Championship, to be held in Alternate Verse in Dihun Land. being winning nation of esports team, Samsung Galaxy in Worlds 2017. This is the tournament to begin on 1st October 2017, with play and stage in Dihunland's capital, Seoul, starting from 1700 hours KST, translating to midnight Ultimate City, as tournament to last until 3rd November 2018. This as we also got told. We have to show you affiliate coverage from Kanbordee Network 1 from Kanbordee City, Kanbordee Republic as the host for Hernandez News regarding the Midnight Edition will have additional context on the matter as we will break in if warranted. Stay with Ultimo 24 English feed.
Hello. Welcome to Hernandez News Midnight Edition. I'm Mr. Hernandez News. Today is Monday 17, Chestnut Kb.P 13. This is a countdown for new year of old Unify in the year 3008. Now 11:52 p.m. Forward from Battle for PD and Pokemon Center, Scott Eric.
We do want to apologize as we are now dealing with the fire alarm over at headquarters of CMDU, UBMC. This as we have to suspend programming over at Ultimo 24 as we determine cause of alarm. As we immediately hand off to affiliate coverage from Kaiser 24 from Kaiser City, Kaiser Republic until the alarm gets cleared. The host may have additional information on the alarm. I am Diego Canejo over at Ultimo 24 headquarters at CMDU in Ultimate City, Ultimopia. Stay with Ultimo 24 English feed.
I am Romuald Gansbo over at Kaysar 24 News Central over at headquarters of SMK, KMC in Kaysar City, Kaysar Republic. We do want to welcome to the viewers over at Ultimo 24 English feed over in Ultimopia. This is we also at Kaysar 24 learn of fire alarm in progress at the establishment in Ultimate City, Ultimopia where Ultimo 24 gets broadcast, CMDU, Corporation de Medios de Difusión de Ultimopian, translating from Spanish to English is Ultimopian Broadcast Media Corporation, this during active countdown toward New Year in Oldu Nova. This is they were simulcasting Kanbordee Network 1 at time of alarm, as Ultimo 24 programming is suspended due to fire alarm as we hand off to affiliate coverage of KBN1 right away. It appears that KBN1 is simulcasting RDK poke concerning the video clock and countdown that is presenting now as we immediately hand off to its sister station, in which is Kaysar 24 affiliate RDK 3000 TriStar television service in Elite City. Elitopia as ELN24 is discussing on esports match subject Xenopolian Summer Esports Finals 2018.
Sister station RDK Poki, in which there is a video countdown that is active to the new old Unify New Year. As it states right now, the second hand ticks the time and the long minute hand is getting close to the top as the celebrations are just underway.
We are joined by RDKTSRV from RDK3.
Line by RDKTSRG mod. RDKTSRG mod. What is happening at RDKG mod tower?
It is wild in Gary's mod. The countdown is active, and the residents of Trice.
We now transition to affiliate coverage to ELN24 from Elite City. This is it's close to 1500 where it's close to midnight RKT and Unova also midday in Kaysar, also 11 o'clock in Ultimate City. This is the fire alarm event is still in progress over at Ultimo 24, as the facility was evacuated. Initial reports stating it was blamed on accidental fireworks activation while in studio. Anyhow, that will be all for the hour. I am Romuald Gansbo over at Kaysar 24 at headquarters of SMK, KMC in Kaysar City, Kaysar Republic. I will be back in a few moments to anchor Kaysar 24 midday English. Anyhow, before I sign off, in behalf of SMK, also toward the affiliates, wishing the viewers a splendid new year in Oldu Nova of year 3008.
Less than 2 minutes left to the new old unevolving year of 3008. Things are getting wild too. The City Stock Exchange had to temporarily halt trading for a few minutes for this event. Trading will resume at 15:02 RDK, we are told.
30 seconds.
As the CSX deposit just hit a new all-time record high and a new milestone of 30,000. We have just close to 1 Kanbordee a minute left.
Yes, and 25 no choice in just now 20 seconds.
This is it, the final countdown to the new old unevolving year of 3008. Here we go. In 1, 2, 3, go.
10, 9, 8, 7,
6,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year in Old Unova System. Year 3012 in the Old Unova System.
This as fireworks are going off in Elite City as shown in the live shot, as we unravel the updated Studio RXs with the new background for RDK 3000 TriStar today and other shows including Pokemon Logical Alphtronic on RDK Poke as we unravel the Studio RX as we no longer have to sit on the news desk since the set has been expanded to include the video wall and which is now showcasing the live shot of action in other areas, Catalina City, Lumi City, even Kanbordee City as with Elite City Metro.
This in addition, the on-screen layout data has been updated to be more narrow but enough to consist of informational data also allow us to showcase larger video content to the viewer.
Screwwebs Hester, due to the funeral for the Queen to occur on 19 Darwin, we to head west to Elite City but to head further west to Ultimopia first to celebrate the new Ultimo year also visit the Canberra Ultimo Pyramid also meet with Ultimate City Fuel for upcoming match share on 19th.
Dozoct, I am also considering trip to Ultimate City, then Elite City. Anyhow as you a team captain, you have made the right choice, and at the right time, as I am going to see the movie, Canberra Gamer Duel, in which is rated KBRS 13 in the Kanbordee rating system, in Ultimopia, rated T14. And in Alphtronic and rated Orange. In fact, Joseph Kanders, rated Orange Red, meaning rating of 13-16, suitable for those 13 and older, with guidance from those 16 years of age or older for those aged 13 to 15, this is in Webchesterian, rated M, and in Elitopia Television and Movie Rating, rated EL 13-16. Anyhow I am Stefan AT Kryptor from RDK 3000 TriStar Alphtronic Unit Division. Are you sure to head to Elite City, Elitopia, after trip to Ultimate City, Ultimopia? Yes.
Yes Stefan, as we to depart on tomorrow at 1400 hours Kb.P and 542, or 550 in base 10, Kb.DT as we depart from Alphtronic City International Airport as we to board the hyperplane.
This translates to 375 Giatrokants, 0900 UTC, or UTK in Canberlish in which you spelt as, this is I have to get a hold of Xay S Kryptor from RDK 3000 TriStar Kanbordee Unit Division who was at the RDK Alphtronic Division Bureau for visit. As with Xay S Kryptor at RDK in Kanbordee City, also the main HQ in Elite City, Elitopia, as I will start video called very soon with Ryan M. Kryptor and Milos Z Kryptor.
Anyhow, take note the following. 1 Kanbor coin equals to approximate 2 Ultimopian centavos. 1 Ultimopian dollar equals to about 51 Kanbor coins 85 cents, and 1 Ultimopian E0 is 1 Ultimopian dollar 50 centavos. Time zone here is being 13 hours behind Kb.P and 8 hours behind Universal Time. However, the area uses daylight saving time, but they use the Anatolian DST rule, as in standard time when DST is not observed, being 9 hours behind Universal Time, 14 hours behind Kb.P as DST to end on 30 Konian Kb.P 17 or 30. October 2022, whereas Elitopia and Alpha Continent to end the following week on 6th Markoyan or November. Also, the regional calendar system is the solar version of the Kanbor Spinel calendar, being a solar calendar, with 24 dia MEIA format, with 6 dia a semana week. Anyhow, no wonder the country is mostly Spanish. However, some areas being bilingual English and Spanish, as the month names on the Kanbor Spinel calendar is inspired by Spanish names for day, week and month, as the calendar format being a leap month format, similar to the Giatrokantian calendar with the new year around the vernal equinox up to 2 semanas offset either way. This is the new MEIA on the Kanbor Spinel calendar in an hour, meaning it's New Year's Eve in the Ultimopian regional calendar.
How do you know, Daniel Chico?
I have been checking information on my phone. This is I also query the date and time. Also the rates, Dozokt, Alex Kanborda.
And where did you get the watch in particular, the double strap watch?
Daniel Kipaiwaner, fellow who immigrated from Kanbordee Republic to Alphtronic Republic. My longtime friend, he residing in Alphtronic City, gave it to me, as he also told me to tell you the subject later on in the week. The subject concerning the Alphtronic Omni New Giatrokant, or metric season, to occur on 23rd Darwin at 5 o'clock AM Kb.T, 2:05 Kb.DT, we to be in Elite City, Elitopia at that time, translating to 8 o'clock PM over there on 22nd September 2022, Giatrokant, Choi and Desinute 0, on 23rd Iota EY 1022, 24 hours, or Dec. 10 Kolichis after new elite metric season of EMS 83 MLE. And the new Kaysarian year. Mike Z Kryptor, Christina A Kryptor. Please be advised that Kanbordee City Thieves interview on Ultimo 24 in which gets simulcasted on Kaysar 24, JXNC, also KN24, VWGT and Alito News 24 during the 16H RDK hour as they to be at esports arena in Ultimate City for the interview. Esports match Ultimate City Fuel versus Kanbordee City Thieves timing is still to be determined. It would cause alarm condition if the match start to occur at the Ultimopian New Year, as that would ring alarm bells to RDK 3000 TriStar Kanbordee Unit Division that would result in early reopening of establishment in Kanbordee City once Rex X Kryptor sounds alarm over subject.
Okay, Chris K Kryptor.
Noted.
Kanbordee Kipion, what are you doing? It's 1 o'clock Kb.T on 20th Darwin Kb.P 17, 20th September 2022.
Kanber Lazuli, in recent hours, I have uploaded a video to the platform on my video channel, stating the update for Kanber 784 Productions. This concerns the series called Lucy Kanufachi Grounding Series, as I made introduction to the fellows including Lucy and her parents.
When do you start working on the series?
In the daytime, as I to call it a night, as I will have to power down my laptop as I to rest very soon.
Okay, this as I do note, the series, I do read what you wrote on your whiteboard, expected to be finished by 22nd Darwin?
Yes.
Okay, this is I will have to put it on my agenda for 22nd Darwin Kb.P 17, this as, who just wrote the subject on my Kanbor calendar. Subject on 20th, 22nd and 23rd Darwin at 0500 Kb.T?
It is me, Kanber Splix. This has Namely Kanber and Kanber Stomp has told me to put the subjects on the Kanber calendar, but unsure which Kanber calendar.
You should put the subjects on your Kanbor phone.
I already did, Kanber Lazuli.
This as you should note the subject in the next 4 hours, being event unrelated to esports, where the esports team we root for, Kanbordee City Thieves, are visiting the region in subject.
Ultimate City, Ultimopia, this as I do hear report on KN24, to be KB News 24, that I do acknowledge they made trip outside of Kanber World. First stop being Alphtronic City and third stop after today's visit being Elite City, Elitopia. This outside of Kanbor World Zone. This as I will have to get a hold of fellows at KanborUnion in the coming hours.
This is we must also note, as I Kanber Stomp must say this, the Ultimopian New Year for year 682 Kudo era, in the next 4 hours. Also new Elite Metric Season EMS83 MLE on 22nd at 0500 Kb.T. Also new Kaysarian year of 682 Kudo era, or year 231 of the Revolution. Also 24 hours after that at 0500 Kb.T. to be the new Giatrokant, or metric season of Giatrokant 999.9 in the Alphtronic Diamond, or what they call Alphtronic Omni-Time Keeping System. Final one to the new Alphtronic Diamond metric and solar millennium on New Year's 1st in Kb.P 18 at 0500 Kb.T, midnight RDK 1st, January 2023.
You mean the subject for year 2000 in the Alphtronic Diamond era and day 1 million in the Alphtronic Diamond day count time keeping, Medic year 1000, 5 hours after new Kanbor year Kb.P 18, and at the new Elite year EY 1023 in Wheeltopolis or Elitopia, whether we Kanbordeans call it as.
Yes.
If you must celebrate subject in next 4 hours at the TV room, please do it responsibly but tone the notch down. Also no fireworks, and no alarms, especially fire or tornado alarms, as we experienced a couple incidents earlier in Kb.P 17 or 2022.
Or Elite Year EY 1022. This is I Mark Zaniels don't want to hear the report on News Flash on Elito News 24, regarding such incident in Kanbordee City concerning fireworks or fire, police, or tornado alarm over at Kanber 784 HQ, also at Kanber Telemedia, or Elito Media that would cause broadcast suspension of Elito News 24, or RDK Main HQ, or DG Square Elito Sat, or at Rex Arena, in which the hockey game Elite City Elitos vs Reeker Shields, in which back on the 17th, at 1500 hours Elite City at New Year in Old Anova of year 3012, there was a fire alarm incident at Rex Arena in which was blamed on some fanboy of subject. Also another fanboy sounded the goal horns at 1500 hours on the 17th, in which the cops and fire department had to be called in. This explains some fire call sirens blaring in my multi-radio going off in scanner mode. Yes Mark, this at the time when fireworks go off for NYE in Old Anova of Triple MXII at 3 o'clock p.m. Elite City this last Saturday, September 17th, 2022, 79.1 EMT and 1800 TRX on IOTA 17th, EY 1022, at 3 o'clock p.m. and 45 seconds, I Corey Zanders. Heard fire call sirens when celebrating at NYE Central of DG Square Elito Sat. I had to rush to the TV and tune to Elito News 24 in appreciation of News Alert, as I then grabbed my phone and call Max Zanders. He said that he was furious on the alarm. He was going to score a goal until the fire bells ring and referees blow whistle to halt play. Thank God Rex Arena security were on it big time, as the security got dispatched the instant the fire bells went off. As you said, false fire alarm. The personnel who set off alarm was caught on video surveillance camera being recorded to storage media.
Xen Z Kryptor, why do you have to head to the RDK 3000 TriStar main HQ?
I had to go in for registration, as it is a mandatory procedure. This as stated as per RDK 3000 TriStar code, I must report to the establishment for registration. This as it was taken care of. Hey Barto, Xen S Kryptor, what is up?
Shaker, Xen Z Kryptor. I am Xen S Kryptor. I have to inform you of such event in which occurred. However, Ozzie, Mickey and Oliver were not at RDK-RBX Division Central HQ. One of the staff members, who's in charge, Ross G. Kryptor, he was going to play a DVD, being a Steven Universe movie DVD. However, the DVD casing in subject had a tracker in which back in 2021, EY 1021, the fellows at RDK 3000 TriStar Xenopolia Unit Division, in Xenopolis City, Xenopolia, it was a confirmed botched DVD as some idiot placed some lapis pearl porn on the DVD. And in which once played back on the television, Crystal X Kryptor was shocked as this rung alarms bells to Jason K. Kryptor as he immediately stopped playback, ejected the DVD and tossed the DVD and casing out. It was grabbed by the Xenopolian Fox, and traveled over 1,000 kilometers to Costa Zeno as he dropped it in Costa Bay. It wasn't discovered until 1 hour 30 minutes ago, in Costa Aero, Robloxian Federation, by Ross G. Kryptor from RDK-RBX. He preloads subject on the DVD player in the entertainment room. While checking contents on the DVD, it shows some lapis pearl porn. This sends alarm to the Bloxy moderation. As the DVD gets oofed with page with X's with Ross G. Kryptor as Ross gets terminated, as the RDK 3000 TriStar Robloxian Unit Division Center HQ in Costa Aero was also oofed, turned into bricks and went crashing down, in which resulted in alarm. As Ryan M. Kryptor and Milos Z. Kryptor was learned of subject, as a result, you have to serve full-time in Elite City at the main HQ as RDK 3000 TriStar Robloxian Unit Division needs to be abolished. As you are no longer divisional leader of RDK-RBX, as you will be reassigned as lead head supervisor of the main HQ, this is you should need to register at the Ultimopian Immigration and Customs Office to start the citizen application process, as I heard the chatter, Scott, Rex, Ichiro, Stefan and those in the XenPac, they also considering to move to Elite City, as Oliver, Mickey and Ozzie were at Hyperloop Pod westward to Pacifico. They to reroute to Elite City as your stuff and stuff from the XenPac to be moved to Elite City at the main HQ at the warehouse in floor 10L. As Bogey E. Kryptor and remaining staff concerning your collegios, they are being recalled to the main headquarters in Elite City as their stuff will also be in area in floor 10L.
Oh my god. RDK 3000 TriStar Robloxian Unit Division gets shut down, and I to serve full-time in Elite City, and my colleague is recalled to the main HQ in Elite City?
Yes, they to arrive in 30 minutes at 1800 hours Elite City and RDK time.
Okay, this is for you Robert and Scott Xylistar. You gonna have to reside in Elite City too for the foreseeable future. In addition, a Category 5 hurricane to strike Costa Aero in the latter half of the week. Also severe weather expected with very high risk of strong tornadoes in Kryptor City in latter half of week. It would be disastrous to head back to Costa Aero or Kryptor City after the storm.
Darn, you are right, Xen Z Kryptor. This is the establishment is gone as some role mods shut it down for showcasing subject via playback on DVD, being a botched Steven Universe DVD in which resulted in X-rated content. Also there's a hurricane to approach Costa Aero.
Yes, this is I will head outside to inform the XenPac of the unfortunate news. Hold on, Robert and Shawn, as my collegio Chris K Kryptor and Mark E Kryptor are en route to tell the XenPac of the developments. This is Xen S Kryptor has messaged them not long ago on the matter. Thank you Ringo Silvestar, as we are joined by the fellows on VWG2 and also, this is we are still awaiting the match time, concerning Ultimate City Fuel vs Kanbordee City Thieves, this is in prior minutes, Kaysar 24. Citing Ultimo 24 state the esports match to occur in late afternoon or early evening local time in Ultimopia, however with the Ultimopian New Year coming up, as there will be two celebrations, one at midnight local time, in Ultimopia, 4 AM Elite City on 20th. And another at 12 o'clock Ultimo clocks time in Ultimo time, translating to 4 PM Ultimate City time, 8 PM Elite City, and Quad Zeros, 00.0 EMT, 0000 TRX, to be the official Ultimopian New Year of Year 6 Haiti. Oh my. As they have just scheduled the oh my god, Costa, go get out your tablet now. Esports alert concerning Kanbordee City Thieves, and Ultimate City Fuel. This is I to alert Farah of the subject through messaging immediately.
Oh my, match at midnight Elite City, and the match at the Ultimopian New Year.
Oh my god, Rikikans, alert, 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 check details I sent to you on your laptop now. Oh my god, thank you Xen S Kryptor from Elite City, USF and KST, Esports and Ultimopia Doubleheader, initial match share at stroke of Ultimopian New Year, 0500 Kb.P. I, Rikikan, Xay S Kryptor have to sound alarm and alert fellows at RDKF and Mark K Kryptor immediately also sound the alarm at RDKCan.
An RDK 3000 TriStar Esports Alert and Special Report. I am Chris K Kryptor, and and this is Mark E. Kryptor bringing to you live and direct for the remainder of this hour at RDK Newsline News Center Studio RX at the RDK 3000 TriStar Main HQ in Elite City, Ultimopian.
It has been announced that Kanbordee City Thieves and Ultimate City fuel to battle in esports doubleheader, to be 2 matches, with second match being best of 7 in Octo of Doza, to be at 2000 hours Ultimate City, Midnight RDK, and Elite City. 0900 Kb.P but the significant development being match number 1, to occur at the Ultimopian New Year of Year 682 KE, best of 7, on Mazachi 2, at 2000 hours RDK and Elite City, 1600 hours Ultimate City, 12 o'clock ULX and ULT, 0500 Kb.T, 205.0 Kb.DT, Giatrokant Choi, and Desi Newt 0. This in which resulted in alarm bells to ring at the main HQ and just now, at RDKGon in Kanbordee City as the roll call alarms are going off as the establishment to undergo early reopening is with RDKKIP and RDKQ Exitex. That would otherwise to reopen in the next 3 to 4 hours after 9-hour RDK Ops halt to pay respects to Queen Elizabeth II following funeral at start of 9-hour Ops halt, 0600 RDK.
Coney. Where did Pikachu, Joseph Kanders, went to?
I got a hold of my friend, his bro, Kanbor, Richard Kanders, from DRBE, Joseph is talking to him, also Mark E Kryptor and Chris K Kryptor from RDK 3000 TriStar, at the RDK 3000 TriStar main HQ at the lobby.
Attention please. A fire has broken out on the concourse. Please stay calm and follow the instructions of the station's...
Chimo, the fire thankfully is out in the past 40 minutes, however the structure is a total loss. It would have been costly like 1 billion yens in damages, about couple million Elios. This is I had figure out the 24-hour news channel in Ilitopia, like for example, Ilito News 24 but in Japanese language. This is I had to look up online, until next door neighbor in which he used to reside in Sistika before end of 2020, Riwa 2, EY 1020, answered as I told him of the channel in subject, being channel 19 sub-channel 7, being Ilito Direct 24 this is sub-channel 1 is the main channel in English, sub-channel 2 being fast-paced edition, sub-channel 3 being elitish counterpart, this is I watching Ilito Direct 24, when going to turn up the volume on television remote, I accidentally pressed the wrong button as I get used with the remote in subject, tuned to sub-channel 8 being a TR Newsnet from Alphtronic Republic, as I note the coverage, the metric season coming up in less than 8 hours, final one before the regional metric and solar millennium 9 hours after Japanese New Year, Riwa 5. And at the new elite year EY 1023 and 5 hours toward 2023 in local time. Anyhow fellow who showed up for visit being Atsuki Takashi in which is next door neighbor. He showed me his Toyota AE86 in which it's really cool.
Yes, Scott this as I Chimo had to figure out the radio station that is 740 kHz EOTL AM, Radio EOTL, a radio station catering to the Japanese community in Elite City as it recently debuted the station on the FM band at 100.2 MHz. They were discussing the fire at Sistinen Motors in Sistika then discussing to the upcoming event in which I was noting coverage on Alphtronic and 24-hour news channel on channel 19.8 at 8 p.m. tonight, translating to 9 a.m. in Sistika. This is I tuned to channel 51.1 only to find host and talk show discussing subject, commentating to subject on AT or Newsnet.
For some reason, I had the radio preset 2 to 9 set to notable radio stations in Costa Aero, before I moved to Elite City, as I set preset 1 to 100.2 FM, EOTL FM, now this being preset 7 in which to be Costa Latino 88.7, a Spanish language radio station in Costa Aero, being the official Ilitopian time-speaking radio service, ERDX FM. I gotta update the presets to the notable ones in Elite City once I get a hold of Rex Trax Zion, who used to be Rex Block Zion, as I have to message him to determine where he is before I depart. Ahem. Trax Rex, can you please turn down the volume on the music? My elder sister Kaysarian NYE was taking care of the pets, 2 cats and 1 dog, their names being Coco, Whiskers, and Rover when they were annoyed by the sudden loud music, being the Alito News 24 theme as she told me to tell you to tune down the music, if it's playing from your car. Okay, apologies, as I am muting the stereo remotely. Anyhow, Raptor, this is I am awaiting my friend Scott ES to arrive. SE Stars Place? Scott Elitastar? No, Mark Zaniels, the other Scott, Scott Alito Starkip. Oh. I did not knew, I do know him, he resides in Elite City's Japantown district in city's east side, is his car red, gray and white. 2022 Flex Farah? Yes, as here he arrives. Scott. Game on. Konnichiwa. Hello. What is up Rex? Mark Zaniels, this is Corey Zanders, please be advised that we must head to DG Square Litosat soon to begin work in half hour. Okay, Farah. Anyhow Rex and Scott, meet my friend Corey Zanders. Game on. Konnichiwa. Hey there, bear in mind, I Farah must note, I and Raptor have no time to talk as I and he to head to DG Square Litosat, to begin work at 12:30 PM Elite City. Raptor, when does the E-Pre to start? In next 20 minutes at 1500 hours, being a 5-hour timed E-Pre, with 10 of 30-minute shifts, wrapping up at 2000 hours. Rex Trax Zion, Scott Alito Starkip, Stefan Elitiston, and their friends to be spectating. Farah, anyhow for some apparent reason, since 1430 Elite City, VWGT was suddenly interrupted as Vista Television and Viva Vision simulcast Alito Gamer ESP while RDK 3000 TriStar television service showcased the clock ident. This as we learned few hours ago. Special sponsored esports match in autosport racing, E-Pre, gamers vs celebrities, among the participants, Meritus City Fuel, Kanbordee City Thieves, VWGT, Raymond Blake from Alito Gamer ESP, Ross Blake from Alito Rev, Scott Elitastar, and Chris K. Kryptor from RDK 3000 TriStar. This as I got a hold of Sean Richardson, he told me that VWGT to end for the day and VWG2N to be preempted, as I also got a hold of Chris K. Kryptor, he told me, that Mark E. Kryptor to anchor solo for RDKTSRV, as Mike Z and Christina A to be on assignment reporting on the event in news view term format, rather than participating in the E-Pre.
I am Xay S Kryptor. You are watching RDK 3000 TriStar Television Service, ERDKTV, DT 5.1 Elite City. This is an RDK 3000 TriStar Television Service programming alert. Although VWGT is in a commercial break, we have learned in the past minute that the VWGT host has gotten reassigned to cover for Alito Gamer ESP but to cover the pre-match Alito Gamer ESP's secondary channel for Webchester Esports Autumn Tournament 2022. Today's episode of VWGT will have to be pre-empty, but the hosts will be back for tonight's show. This is for the upcoming program at 1400 RDK and Elite City. We will simulcast affiliate coverage from CNW from Webchester toward 1430, then at 1430 to 1500 being simulcast affiliate coverage from Alito News 24. Then from 1500 to 1700, being 2-hour extended edition of RDK 3000 TriStar Today Blitz Edition. This is on Vista and Viva Vision to Simulcast Chronos until 1700. Hope you have a splendid afternoon.
Now, I gotta head to do errands also to get some aftermarket and OEM things for my crossover. However, I must head to some store first, but quick just to get some new rain gear, since I heard weather report, it'll gonna rain hard and to be quite breezy, also quite chilly, with temperatures to fall to 10 degrees Celsius, 100 tempos, 16 Kb.Mi, 50 degrees Fahrenheit from the current temperature of 19 degrees Celsius, 190 tempos, 30 Kb.Mi and 66 degrees Fahrenheit, once it rains, to be quite gusty with wind gusts up to 60 km/h. 36 kN nitros per choi, 37 miles per hour, 170 CIA metros per trocant, rain to arrive by 2 bells. Also, I had to clean up spill in front passenger as this morning, Oliver spilled the Z Fuel drink by accident onto the seat and mats as I was washing exterior of my crossover when Oliver went into crossover without notice, as he was going after the birds outside.
Xay S Kryptor, what is this area of DV Square Lutize at?
That is the esports arena section. Right above is the NYE section. You should note there's an esports match to occur at 3 this afternoon, being a special sponsored match as that to be broadcast on channel 20 on the television, also on 100.7 MHz on the FM band on the radio. This as it's also the end of the month of September toward the spooky month of October. and third quarter of this year, 2022, onto the fourth quarter and final quarter of the year of 2022, and Elite Year EY 1022, being the Happy New Month and Season series at NYE Central above with 15-minute countdown kickoff at 2:45.
This concerns for what subject? And for area 5 hours east of GMT.
Being Kanbordee City, Kanbor Metro, Kanbordee Republic, as the time is about 10 to 11 at night on 30th Doubleheader of Kanbor Year 17. Doubleheader is the outgoing month being September or Iota, the incoming month being Kanyan, in which is October or Kappa, and Kanbor Year Kb.P 17 is 2022. Or Elite Year EY 1022, Kanbor Year 0 occurs in 2005 or EY 1005. Before the 8th of April, 2005 or Delta 6, EY 1005 on the Ultimopian calendar, being BKB.P, before Kanbordee period, on or after said date, being Kanbor period, Kb.P. Weekday names and month names were originally named after a Pokemon, now named after a fictional character in the 7 shows of Kanbordee including Steven Universe, Gravity Falls, Amphibia, Star vs. the Forces of Evil and 4 others.
Yes, as the event will occur for Kanyan Kb.P 17 at midnight KBT, or Kanbor time, that is 3 in the afternoon here, although we spell as CONNION, but Kanbordee spell as KONNION. There were a mishap during Wheel of Fortune Elitopia in which he watched the show, during the category Kanbor Elito, contestant said C ends up double buzzer as you were laughing on the subject, Ozzie.
Yes, that is being the character inspired by the month, Kami Mask Warren from Steven Universe, although Xay S Kryptor being a contestant for WoF-ELP do know it, when it's his next turn, he said K as it comes up, he eventually solved the round, he also won a bonus round, this being season premiere of episode 40.
Yes, this as I heard the TV from another room and Ozzie laughing once the subject occurred.
Yes, this is once a contestant said C and ends up double buzzer. He said some profanity that was bleeped out.
Correct, Zay S Kryptor. No wonder you won tens of thousands to over 100,000 helios in cash and prizes, including 3 motorcycles you won at the bonus round. 2023 Flex Moto RX Z950 Sport Hybrid motorcycle, as I would need the motorcycle as you gave one it to me.
Yes, Xen Z Kryptor. This is you loved the ride so far as I see you riding on it this morning. This is I keep one to myself and give one to Xer P Kryptor from the RDK6 being his new Rightsicle 2.0. This is I also obtained 2 of the half flex, when I spun the wheel and say a consonant letter, and ended up solving the rounds, as I won the car, 2023 Flex Conian, in which it's for Xer P Kryptor being his new Rightmobile 2.0 since I already have my ride.
Yes, this is I see him getting excited once you give the motorcycle and car to him.
Yes, this is I Xer P Kryptor recently got the car a few days prior, being the 2023 Flex Kanbordee EV. This is once I heard the news of Zay winning new car and motorcycles, I had to give my ride away to Xer S Kryptor for his new Xer Mobile 2.0 once Zay gives the Kanbordee EV to me.
Now, I better head to the nearest gas station, the car wash vacuum station area as I have to clean the interior of my car. Thank God it have a hard top canopy inside glass walls with metal barriers, so I won't get drenched once it rains when I clean the interior and vacuum.
Damn. That is the 5th time the Arioka vs Michael, the Civic vs the Zonda race gets postponed. First on the 20th due to scheduling change for competition races at Zen Speedway. Second being Michael's cousin who got killed in Costa Aero, in which Costa Aero and Kryptor City in Block C Federation gets destroyed on 22nd. Third the next day, the 23rd due to fire alarm at Zen Speedway. Fourth just 3 days ago thanks to Flash Special sponsored competition race, and fifth due to rain. This is CNW Northwest Anatolia Tonight. I am Patrick Zandazakar and this is Stephanie Edwards. We are broadcasting live over at CNW News Central Studio WB12 over at Media Corp headquarters in Webchesterfield. Webchester, it's 1900 Webchesterfield.
Also 2 in the afternoon in Elite City and 750 Giatrokant, 2300 Kb.P, 9 Tordo Kb.DT. We want to give special welcome to viewers on RDK 3000 TriStar television service main and Webchester feeds. Headlines at this hour.
Now, I do hear, in the headline rundown, since it also gets broadcast on RDK 3000 TriStar radio service 1 Webchester, the countdown to HNM and HNS Kanbordee City Kanbor year 17 at 2000 Webchesterfield, midnight Kb.T, with coverage starting 1955 WBF, also mentioning the Webchester esports match, the finals of the 2022 autumn tournament, Webchesterfield Esports Club and Optic Webchester at the top of next hour, also Ultimopian esports, as we to await announcement soon, also new notes and valuation update for the Chaldean Zenico, being 1 Zenico to 1 Hanatolian Hana 10 cents, also update to the new banknotes, among domestic and regional news in Northwest Hanatola and here in Webchesterfield. This is the pack WoF-Union, Pacifica, Ultimopia, Kaysar and Xen were already in the Chaldean Union since second quarter of this year, as the first and second milestones of memberships has gotten reached. They to switch the Kaysar franc, Xen Jin, Ultimopian dollar and Pacifican peso to the Zenico sometime in October 2022, as the hosts mention the subject. Transition period gets underway today, as that to take a couple weeks. This is Xen Z Kryptor to head back to my car and head back to RDK 3000 TriStar Webchesterfield Unit Division Center headquarters just several blocks away.
This is the 1.5 Dozi-anno, 3 minute 36 second, or 2500 Trocant countdown to be featured at 23:56 Kb.T and 24 seconds, 940.6 Kb.DT. For CNW viewers in Webchester 18:56 and 24, and for RDK viewers in Elite City and Wheeltopolis or Elitopia, at 14:56 and 24. This is we hand off to the hosts of Kanbor News from our affiliate Kanbor Telemedia inside. Arthur Emokin and Sinabur in
We have to
Chiakeo.
put you on hold as we have this esports alert to pass to you that came into the CNW newsroom. This concerns the Webchesterian Autumn 2022 esports tournament finals. The match start has been pushed forward due to the upcoming HNM Kanbordee City Kb.P 17. This, as we have since learned, the match start to occur at 1948 Webchesterfield, as it to be Webchesterfield Esports Club and Optic Webchesterfield. This of course comes a surprise to OTW and WBE. This has since rung alarm bells over at RDK 3000 TriStar Webchester Unit Division Center headquarters.
This is the roll call alarms were blaring as we take you live to Skycam view of Webchester, as public are being told to disregard the alarm, as match start is just half hour away at 1948 Webchesterfield.
This translates to 14:48 RDK and Elite City, 23:48 Kb.T, as we have to cut out of CNW Silimcast and air this brief special report until 14:25 RDK and Elite City on RDK 3000 TriStar television service. I am Xay S Kryptor over at RDK 3000 TriStar RDK Newsline News Center over at Studio RX at the main HQ in Elite City, Elitopia.
And I am Mark E. Kryptor.
Although I have to tune the radio from Alito Eurobeat 100.0 to Alito News Radio 95.3, although I must do so once I exit Zenmart Supercenter, as I am just arriving at Zenmart Supercenter just now.
Xay S Kryptor, what is 1448 hours?
Ozzie, that is 2:48 p.m., a dozen, or 12 minutes toward 3 in the afternoon. In short, 12 to 3 in the afternoon. You probably did not note the fellas at RDK 3000 TriStar use the 24-hour clock system, as for example 1500 hours means 3 in the afternoon and 23:59 means 11:59 p.m. 1 minute toward midnight. There are digital clocks around the establishment that is set to the 24-hour clock system. However, analog clocks that show the 12-hour clock format as primary with embedded 24-hour in the inner dial with special 24-hour hand. This to aid whether it's in the AM hours or PM hours. Hours 0 to 11 is AM, hours 12 to 23 is PM.
I wonder why Kaysarian and Game Fuel got discontinued as with Kaysarian Blitz Sport Fuel, just the related drink Z Fuel and RS Fuel, and why is Prima 2.0 blacklisted?
This because RS Fuel, Sport Drink, and Z Fuel, Energy Drink, has gotten the most popularity. This as the same makers has already launched ZRS Fuel, being the sport and energy drink combined as we to sell it in the coming hour at 3 PM Elite City in replacement of Prima 2.0, in which Prima 2.0 was made by same manufacturer and maker, in which was rebranded as this gets scrutiny by Ultimopian authorities and ordered merchants to take it off the shelves, as Prima 2.0 gets banned in Ultimopia, also XenPac, Kanbordee, Webchester, Omnia, Alphtronic and other countries, as I have to disarm the security, take down the temper-proof glass and take the Prima 2.0 off the shelves and stock up on ZRS Fuel in replacement, as it to cost 12 Elios for a 12-pack, about same price as with Z Fuel, and 2 Elios less than the RS Fuel 12-pack. This is you should try out the new flavors of Z Fuel, or wait half hour until 3 PM for the ZRS Fuel, or try out the new Elito Cola flavor infusion flavors. Originally costs 4 Elios for 12-pack, now costs 3 Elios 15. If you need assistance on getting items from top shelf, let me know.
Okay, anyhow I do note, over 6 months ago, someone I know, Tokio R, drank some Prima, he turned into some FNF dude, Springtrap, as he in Springtrap form haunted the fellow in passenger of 70s Chevelle to death, whose name was Crystal, as he also Toki and the car went into the river. However, for some reason, Toki became human once again when the car went into the water, as he escaped the car, swam to surface, and called for help as he was rescued by ECFD.
Oh yes. My bro was driver of the Chevelle as I, and he saw the action unfold as he had to abandon car and went into my car. This being the driver who drives the Chevelle, now drives his sport coupe, Brian Slick Shaw, as I am his brother, Rick Slick Shaw, as I and he now work at Zen Mart since July 2022, ETAEY 1022.
Yes, Rick, as that gives me memories just minutes toward New Hapnaya Second on evening of February 4th, 2022, at 6:48 PM.
That was Raymond Blake from Alito Gamer ESP. As a reminder, the match coverage is always to be on Alito Gamer ESP on the secondary channels because there's Ultimopian esports to begin after the Happy New Month and season Kanbordee at 3:12 p.m. Elite City and 012 Kb.P, 80.0 EMT and 1920 TRX on the main channel, as the pre-match coverage is powered by Alito Gamer ESP, sister network of Alito News 24 and sponsored by Z Fuel, K-Tech G, Zenchair Gaming, Rock Tech, Alito Games, Blitz Star Games, and Gamer Corner. This is a best of 7. First to 4 in Octal of Doza. Domestic coverage in Webchester in WB Gamer TV, and coverage in Kanbordee until 012 Kb.P. on Kanbor Gamer ESP and Con 7 Gamer TV, as the match cannot be broadcast on Kanbor Net 3 because of in appreciation HNM countdown on all Kanbor Net and Kanbor ATV networks. As with Webchesterfield Esports Club takes on Optic Webchesterfield, as the esports match is just getting started with viewing party outside as it's almost showtime, as they get ready to get into the game with 12 minutes toward Happy New Month and season Kanborunion Kb.P 17. Final Doze Binal. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Game on. Esports match has started. It's map number 1, as it's the map that Kanba from WBE that really likes. Kanbor Pizzazz in the newest mode. You should note this includes hidden Easter egg once clock strikes 3 Elite City, midnight Kb.P, as we have to monitor that very closely here on Kanbor Alito Express. Also, fellows Alito Gamer ESP will monitor the subject very closely, as with our affiliates CNW and WB Newsnet. Also, fellows from RDK 3000 TriStar on RDK 3000 TriStar today. This for you RDK viewers in the Alito News 24 Silimcast. The fellows will also monitor the subject as we hand off to Mark E. Kryptor, also to give us the preview of what is to come on RDK 3000 TriStar today Blitz edition in less than a dozen minutes.
Yes, we at RDK 3000 TriStar will also have to monitor that very seriously. This is the Ultimopian esports match is scheduled for 1512 RDK and Elite City for a reason. After consultation to move the match from 1500 hours to 1512 was made, this as it's among the RDK rundown. Also, the Happy New Month Kanbordee Kb.P 17 and the upcoming Alito counterpart of Kb.P 1022 to occur tonight at 2000 hours RDK and Elite City, Quad Zeros. Also other headlines including Ultimopia, Pacifica, Kaysarian Jinx to switch the national currencies to the Xenico, as they've been members of WoF-ELP for several months. Also, compliance tests for AOD1M and AOY2K bugs result in pass for systems in Alphtronic and Omni Republics. Also outside of it, including here in Ultimopia. Also, Kanbordee as all RDK 3000 TriStar systems are fully compliant in All-Stars skill competition of Xeno Summer Utami Esports Tournament 2022, 2000 XE, EY1022 in Xenopolis City, Xenopolia to begin at 1500 hours Xenopolis City, 1600 hours RDK, and Elite City. All that and more coming up next on RDK 3000 TriStar today. This is, in fact, we have just got told, we have to start it now, as that is so unwarranted. As we also got told, we are bringing the newscast on all platforms of RDK 3000 TriStar, radio, television, streaming and more, as we are powered up always, always. I am Mark E. Kryptor over at RDK 3000 TriStar RDK Newsline News Center, Studio RX at the RDK 3000 TriStar RDK Newsline at Studio RX at the main HQ in Elite City, Ultimopia. I to be joined with Chris K. Kryptor, Mike Z. Kryptor and Christina A. Kryptor in several minutes. Here's the headlines right now. RDK Countdown Watch, we have 9.5 minutes remaining on the RDK clocks, toward the Happy New Month and season Kanbordee of Kanayan season and month of Kb.P 17, live coverage of Countdown is next. This is it's a double play of HNMs. This is the Ultimopian and Tronic Diamond counterpart of IOTA TDY 1999 and EY1022 to occur at 2000 hours RDK Quad Zeros this evening. We have the preview of actions. Esports and Gaming, the Webchesterian Autumn Tournament Finals 2022 is in progress as we speak, as OTE takes on WBE, Best of 7, Map 1, Kanbor Pizzazz, Mode of Blitz, WBE leading in map score as of current, Z Fuel K-Tech G Esports Fright Siege 2022 EY1022, Team Boo takes on Team Witch in Best of 5 Encounter Blitz Striker. Winner of match takes on Team Haunt this evening. In video game being decided in audience voting. Weather update. The rainfall warning level 1 amber signal for Elite City Metro that was issued by the MSE has been cancelled. Rain has since stopped in the past couple minutes. Expect to be clear for remainder of day. Just in time for fireworks at 1500 hours. Coming up at 1612 RDK and Elite City, we go take a look at the LOL Worlds 2022 party, but this with a twist. Held here at the RDK 3000 TriStar main HQ by most of the RDK Hex at special area.
I do recall the subjects this as I look up the information in the past 2 years in 2020, Kb.P 15 most notably around late 3rd quarter and early 4th quarter, this as I access the Kanbor 784 digital gallery, this as Nima Kanbor told me of events in past 2 years, in Kb.P 16 or 2021, just over a year ago, this as I knew, I have to access the subjects on my laptop as I connect to the Kanbor 784 media servers, archive servers and network drives. The subject back on 20th Chestnut Darren Kanboryu 15, 20th October 2020. No wonder my colleagues from the KanborUnion in which was called Kanbor 6 at that time was rooting for esports team being broadcast on TV that also gets live streamed on the internet. No wonder it occurred in the early morning at 5 a.m. This as it's concerning the regional summer tournament at that time, but outside of Kanbor World, in Elite City, Alphtronic as I heard of the place but never went there yet, as they went on a trip on special occasions. This as it's 3 a.m. over there, where it's noon KBT right now as I check the taskbar clock, at 12 o'clock, 500 KBDT, this as I check the next image. No wonder they get featured on television other than KanborNet, Kanbor ATV and KB News 24, in which used to be Kanbor News 24 then Kan 24, nor other television networks in Kanbordee. This being ELN24 in which launched the international Kanbordee feed in late 2019, Kb.P 14, this as it's now as a Leader News 24. This is the reaction once they get featured on the television in which rang alarm bells at Kanbor Hub Elite City, and RDK 3000 TriStar Kanbordee Unit Division. However, I am in a video call with him as he is like away for a while. This being Xay S Kryptor.
Yes. I do remember. Anyhow, I only came back with my lunch, as I am having subs for lunch. This is the esports team in Ultimopian Esports Blood Red Gaming, merged with 2 others, Jinx Esports Gaming, and Reeker Defiant, has merged into DG Red Blitz Esports, or DRBE. This is the team advanced to the summer finals back in 2020, EY 1020, Kb.P 15, in which occurred early morning of 23rd Darwin or Chestnut Kb.P 15 or September 23rd, 2020 at 0500 KBT, translating to 2000 hours Elite City on 22nd. At the stroke of the new Giatrokant of Giatrokant 2300 on the Tempest Spatium Pandecimal Sequence time, this is the Kanbor 6 and I plus my colleague Corey E Kryptor and 3 others from Kanbor 784 went on trip to Elite City in which Blood Red Gaming took on Elite City Shock. BRG wins the tournament finals.
Nunakant? This as I do remember, back in 2012, or Kb.P 7, once they rung in VS 2000, there were fireworks galore in Kanbordee City, but as Kapan City or KK 2005 City at that time, on 7th Kispin or Anita Kb.P 7 at 5 am KBT during the Kanbordee 7's day being 7th day of 7th month of Kanbor year 7 in which was not part of the Kanbordee sponsored event as the residents called the police on set and fireworks and music and shouting, Happy Nunakant, from loudspeakers, as the police make numerous arrests.
Yes, this is the cops responded in mass presence as the Kanbor police gets furious. Shaker? Game on. Not you, Mickey Daniels, the other Shaker. Oh, okay then.
Me?
Not you, the one with the Z.
Oh, Chris K. Kryptor?
Oh, Shawn Kaystar?
Chris K, I heard of the race that to get held this Friday at 3 p.m. What is the name of the race? I and Robert Kaystar are planning to spectate the race in person.
Flex Motors Scare Fright Sprint Grand Prix 2022, EY 1022, 3-hour race.
This to get held at Xen Speedway. This as my cousins Robert and Shawn Xylistar to be attending to spectate in person.
I knew it. I Mickey Daniels knew, my relative David Daniels, Cooper, to be participants for Xen Racing. Xen Racing in which is sponsor for Elite City Shock, part of EXG Esports, is to compete with winners of the regional 2022 Summer Auto Olympics outside Ultopia, being those in Tronic Diamond Union, being Alphtronic and Omni Republics, Korhatopia, Kanbordee, Webchester, QXitex, Blitzden Zenian, and Kudo-Pak Union, of Pacifica, Ultimopia, Kaysar and Jinx Topalia, with Zeno Race from Xenopolia also participants. This is on Saturday, October 15th, 2022 being the virtual race in esports and automotive motorsport, E-Prix, Xen Racing versus the same teams. Then ZR versus celebrities and the amateurs in afternoon, then it's team RDK 3000 TriStar Esports turn to compete against the celebrities and the amateurs after the celebrities in E-Prix, in Speed Blitz 2020. In the evening is in the afternoon match being team RDK ESP versus notable people of RDK 3000 TriStar.
This is I and Xen Z Kryptor are participants also Mark E Kryptor, and 3 others in the 2-match series in Speed Blitz 2020 of Z Fuel Kai Tech G Scare Fright Duel 2022, EY 1022. This is I am very good in virtual auto race game play as with Shawn and Robert.
Same as I also Robert and Shawn Xylistar.
Yes, this is I must note, I and Shawn Kaystar compete against Robert and Shawn Xylistar also Rex Trax Zion, Scott Ilito Starkip, Stefan Ilitostin, Scott Ilitokip, Mark Ilitokip, Sean Blake, Richard Kipstar, and most popular live streamer Scott Ilitostar. Yes, as I Shawn B and Richard K compete hard as I won as he was second, you were a close third, this in the match this morning in a 20-lap virtual race.
Yes, this as it gets attention to Chris Blake once he watched the live stream on Elito Tube at start. Also Eric B. Kryptor from RDK 3000 TriStar in Eric alerted Max SD Kryptor of it as he telephoned manager of Zen Racing, as manager told me of the matter during break of practice session, as Eric also telephoned mobile numbers of Elito Gamer ESP's Raymond Blake and Elito Rev's Ross Blake, but it went through voicemail after several rings for Raymond's call and immediately for Ross' cell.
Yes, Cooper, this is I Raymond Blake was on the air on Elito Gamer ESP when my cell rang but it's on vibrate. Thank God there are no esports matches for the evening at DG Square Litosat, just the afternoon match. This is I am going to head to DG Square Litosat late this afternoon. This is Raymond Blake's 28th birthday is today. As Jared Raystar has ordered something for Raymond Blake as the associates are processing the orders. Other than that, I to give something to him as it's in the trunk of my car, as it is locked, although, some friend of mine brought it for me, for him. As she went to one area in the KanborUnion as it costs like 40 Xenacos, about 15 Elios, as my other friend went to Alphtronic City, Alphtronic Republic, and brought the item, only to now costs in new Tronic Diamond currency, the Tronic Diamond sickle, as it's worth 5 sickles to 1 Elio. 100 newts equal 1 sickle, and 5 sickles to 1 Elio cent, and 10 sickles to 1 Tronic Diamond galleon in which is worth 2 Elios. As I do recall, I am an avid Harry Potter fan, as I have every Harry Potter novel from the bookstore in Elite City. As with the movies on DVD, as I do recall the currency in Harry Potter Metaverse, a galleon is like worth 5 Webchesterian pounds, about 2 Elios 25. Or 11 Tronic Diamond sickles 25 knots or 17 sickle in Harry Potter currency, worth about 13 Elio cents per sickle as each sickle worth 29 newts as 1 canute is like worth 4 Elio mils or 1.15 Elio byte on approximate, as 1 Kanbor coin is like close to 3 newts. I gotta peruse the Ultimopian government at some point before the new Elite Year EY 1023 or 2023 to have Harry Potter main character on the 2 Elio coin and secondary characters on 10 and 20 Elio cent coin to resemble the galleon and sickle for the 2023 EY 1023 coin themes. This is 1 galleon. Sickle and canute in Harry Potter currency equals to about 5 Xenacos 70, 30 to 35 Xenaco cents and 1 1/6 Xenaco cents. This is I do here report on Elito News 24, Ultimopia, Kaysar. Jinx Topalia and Pacifica to switch to the currency to the Xenaco within this month since the Kudo-Pak Union has announced memberships to join the KU. This is Rix Topalia and Dynatopia used to be members before Dynatopian officials was urged by Blitzsteropian officials to conduct Operation Xenakixit, to leave the KU, in order to merge into Blitz Dinoxenia, as Rix Topalia withdrawn due to economic fallout in wake of notable hurricane in 2021. EY 1021 This is on May 15, 2021, Dynatopia and Rix Topalia announced plans to transition for Dozi-anno membership as secondary. This is its part of the Xenakixit then just 13 months ago, in September 2021. Dynatopia and Rix Topalia was withdrawn from the union and revalued the Darkos and the Rikas to 5 Rikas to 1 Elio and 12 Darkos to 1 Elio. This before Dynatopia, Blitzsteropia, and Xenar merged into Blitz Dinoxenia, since second quarter of 2022. EY 1022 before asteroid fragments impact affecting city that caused events as 1 Elio was worth 1 million Blitzcoin on June 14, 2022 at 8 o'clock AM Elite City, before stabilizing to 7 Blitzcoin 20 cents to 1 Elio, now worth 7 Blitzcoin 50 to 1 Elio. This is Delta 6 from the June 14, 2022 to today. October 12, 2022 rejects payment of Blitzcoin as we now do accept it once again since 8 o'clock AM Elite City today, 120 days since event, as per Delta 6 store policy.
Yes, this is Merchants and Blitz annually. Blitz Denosia refused payment in Alios till today. However, I am Tokio Raystar. Do you sell the theme calendars for 2023? EY1023 for JDM tuner car shots, trains, semis, and subjects related to esports gaming?
Yes, those just arrived in the past weeks, as we have a bunch of selection, day-to-day, weekly and monthly planners, linear/integular Ilitlanders, Solnars/ordingular Ilitlanders, wall mount monthly, daily planners and such, also journals, calendar poster for 2023, EY1023 to hang up for your room. Including the photo of Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 9, and 2023 Flex Conix Sport Hatch, also the 2023 GMC Hummer EV, or other vehicles i.e. sport cars, trucks, SUVs, even motorcycles, and jet skis, trains, boats, semis or trains on the poster.
How much does each poster costs?
10 Elios each. But during the Delta 6 anniversary sale, it is 30% off, costs 6 Elios 95.
10 years? I do remember back in 2012, Elite Year EY1012, it was used to be a fan shop for wizard-related items Harry Potter.
Correct, as the store opened on October 16th. 2012 as the 10th anniversary to be in the next 4 days on Sunday, October 16th, 2022, or Kappa 16th, EY1022.
Okay, this as I to get the calendars now.
Corey Zanders, I know you started using it already as you already marked the events within this month using your CC pen.
Yes, Dewey, this including the tournament playoffs of Ultimopian esports, also Xenopolian counterpart, and 2 others, Munda 2K22 and OWL, plus big day at the end of the month, Halloween, also big day for Mark Xaniel's next month of November 2022, Lambda EY1022. Yes, Corey is one of my nicknames are Marco, or Marco, Marko or Marco, doesn't matter if it's in Canberlish or English, as my other nicknames are Marks and Raptor, this to be Mark's month, inspired to Markoyan Kb.P 17 on the Canber calendar, this is Mark's day being Markoyan. Or Sunday or 6 Sat. This is I Mark Xaniels are excited for the big month next month. Anyhow, the month in subject on the Canber calendar primarily inspired by Marco Diaz from SVTFOE, this back in 2021, EY1021, INU went to Kb.E0 to give gift to him in normal version on day before eve of new elite metric year of EMS 80 MLE, on Wednesday November 24th. 2021 or Lambda 23rd, EY1021, 4th OIG, MY848, 24th Topaz AKLN 396, Sterida 24th Markoyan Kb.P 16, Stardia, Dia 1 Eta 1 or 13, Maya 4, Dozi-anno Duel, 131, no wonder the weekday names of Canber Spinel and Canber calendars, align on mentioned day. This is I do note Star Butterfly in normal version once we met her in Muni Kingdom, must be excited on the mentioned day. Yes, Raptor, this is I Farah must note, this before Marco Diaz's big day on November 28th, 2021 or Marcota 28th Markoyan Kb.P 16, Lambda 27th, EY1021 this when the Canber month and Canber weekday correspond to Marco, just 2 days into the new EMY, this is for 2022, EY1022 to be on Lambda 28th, EY1022 or Monday November 28th, 2022 this after the Ultimopian calendar month pattern update in first trimester 2022. EY1022 to match the what is now, Alphtronic Omni or Tronic Diamond pattern from the arithmetic calculations. This is I Corey Zanders have to put it on my planner, Kappa 28th, EY1022, November 28th, 2022, on a Monday, kicking off Zol 48, Yumi, Marco Diaz's birthday, Raptor Day for you Mark Xaniels.
Yes, Scott, this is Ichiro Elito Starkit must note, I have to say something, as someone has told us to say the following to the viewers of VWGT, that the show is going into an advertisement break, as the viewers must stay tuned for information. However, we might appear on Elito News 24 and RDK 3000 TriStar television service, maybe other networks too. To repeat, VWGT is going into an unexpected advertisement break, viewers must stay tuned for information.
I am Xay S Kryptor over at RDK 3000 TriStar RDK Newsline News Center at the RDK 3000 TriStar main HQ in Elite City, Ultimopia. We do want to apologize for cutting in without warning this, as our producers saw the VWG2N hosts going past Studio RX in the past minute en route to Digi Square Elitizot via special exit next to Studio RX, this as we knew that there's something to be going on for Vista Television and Viva Vision, as our producers has imposed code Omega Triangle, meaning we have to get on air right away and cut out from VWGT or VWG2N in an event for a potential for something in relation to the hosts, in which would have affect the episode of VWGT and VWG2N, this as we are on alert for word from Alito Media and Vista Television on fate of today's episode of VWGT. Also, we are in active communication with Mark E. Kryptor, Raymond Blake, and Jared B. Kryptor. As a result, remainder of this hour's episode of VWGT will be pre-emptied, and we will hand off to affiliate coverage from Alito News 24 until RDK 3000 TriStar Today Blitz Edition start at 1500 RDK in Elite City, as I will break in once warranted once we learn more on the fate of hosts and or VWGT.
This as there are a few more matches after this afternoon's match, including the Xeno Phase and Optic Xeno match tomorrow, as we have to follow the match closely in the next 24 hours. I am Alex Ryong over at Xeno News 24 News Central at Xeno Media in Xenopolis City. This as we hand off back to Raymond Blake from Alito Gamer ESP covering for Alito News 24. That was Alex Ryong over at Xeno News 24 News Center at Xeno Media HQ in Xenopolis City, Xenopolia. To recap, esports match to occur in the Xenopolian tournament at 2:12 p.m. Xenopolis City, 3:12 p.m. Elite City, 80.0 EMT. 1920 TRX is domestic coverage to be on Xeno Gamer TV, with coverage within our network on Alito Gamer ESP on the secondary channels as Xenopolis City Shock takes on Code Blitz in Best of 7, Octal of Doza. This is Captain of XLS recently chat with Mickey Daniels of Elite City Shock to give respective teams good luck, as the Ultimopian match to occur 12 minutes prior at 3 o'clock p.m. Elite City, 79.1 EMT, 1900 TRX. This is ELS take on DG Red Blitz Esports in final match of regular season of the ELG Game Jam Esports Mania Aero 2022.
Hold on, Raymond Blake. This is I have learned that there is a surprise late-night viewing party over at Digi Kanbor in Kanbordee City, hosted by DRBE's Kanbor's cousin Pikachu from Kanbordee City Thieves, Joseph Kanders over in Kanbordee City. This coming from our affiliate KB News 24X owned by KBMK. That is Kanborlish for KBMC. This gets confirmed just now by another one of the affiliates, KanborNet from Kanbor Telemedia. This as we also got word from RDK 3000 TriStar from the main HQ here in Elite City, also at its Kanbordee Bureau in Kanbordee City, in a conversation with the KanborUnion. The KanborUnion to host a private viewing party at Kanbor 784 HQ in one of the rooms, hosted by Kanbor Splix, Kanbor Stomp and Kanbor Lazuli. Anyhow, I am Stephen Alito Kanborda over at Kanbor Alito Express Studio at Studio ELK 784 at Alito Media HQ in Elite City, Alitopia. This as we have to pass you a programming alert, as we have to end afternoon live a little earlier than usual. This as we are to extend Kanbor Alito Express towards 6 p.m. Elite City, as Market Wrap and Closing Bell is being pre-emptied as with Rapid Alito Blitz Talk, as we launch new music adopted from Alito Money's Closing Bell, as Kanbor Alito Express begins right now. This is a special extended edition of Alito News 24's Kanbor Alito Express. I am Stephen Alito Kanborda over at Studio ELK 784 at Alito Media HQ in Elite City, Ultimopian. I am Xay S Kryptor over at Studio RX. This just into RDK 3000 TriStar. This as we at RDK 3000 TriStar also learn from KB News 24 Deck and Kanbor Telemedia in Kanbordee City as with RDK 3000 TriStar Kanbordee. This as we learn. Viewing party to be held very soon at Digi Kanbor in Kanbordee City hosted by cousin of Digi Red Blitz Esports Richard Kanders, being Joseph Kanders from Kanbordee City Thieves. This is the private viewing party to be held at Kanbor 784 headquarters hosted by a few of the KanborUnion. As match start to occur at midnight Kb.P. Kolichi 0 Kb.Dt. 1500 RDK and Elite City. 79.1 EMT. 1900 TRX. 791 Giatrokant. To repeat what we learned so far. Viewing party to be held very soon at Digi Kanbor in Kanbordee City hosted by cousin of Digi Red Blitz Esports Richard Kanders, being Joseph Kanders from Kanbordee City Thieves. This is the private viewing party to be held at Kanbor 784 headquarters hosted by a few of the KanborUnion. That is slated to occur soon, or to be in progress already. This as Xay S Kryptor from RDK 3000 TriStar Kanbordee has sounded alarm on the subject. This as we also learned that the VWGT hosts are at Digi Square Elitizai. This as I got a hold of Xen S Kryptor. Vista Television and Viva Vision are simulcasting Alito Gamer ESP. This as flashes just showing on my laptop regarding subject that we have to update the news banner for just into programming alert as we have a very important and high priority programming alert to pass to you. This as Virtual World and Gaming today have to end for the afternoon as the hosts will be back tonight for VWG2N. This as the hosts are being assigned to cover the esports match in which gets most popular and trend just today even this hour alone, as we have to expand RDK 3000 TriStar today by 60 minutes. This as we will partner with Alito Media between 1700 to 1800 RDK and Elite City. This as I will co-host Alito News 24's Kanbor Alito Express Special Extended Edition with Stephen Alito Kanborda as I will be double duty for today with Mark E. Kryptor to cover for Alito News 24's Kanbor Alito Express and RDK 3000 TriStar Today Blitz Edition. This as we will hand off to affiliate coverage from Alito News 24 with the show's Kanbor Alito Express in which show also gets aired on RDK 3000 TriStar TV service international Kanborworld feed as with its Kanbordee feed too as I will see you at the top of the hour.
Yes, Stephen Alito Kanborda, this is Richard Kanders are getting excited that his cousin Joseph Kanders from Kanbor Thieves as we call is, this is, before we continue. We want to welcome to the viewers on RDK 3000 TriStar television service as VWGT had to be preempted since this is the most popular and trending as of late as we have to assign the VWGT hosts to cover for Alito Gamer ESP as Vista Television and Viva Vision simulcasting Alito Gamer ESP. This is RDK 3000 TriStar today to begin at the top of the hour once the esports match begin. We have 24 hours to go until the CQ and THE Esports in League of Legends Mundo Tournament Rewa 4. We must note, back before dinner on 7th, THE shuts out CQ. We were rooting on THE at that time, they are tied in first in Group Alpha, alongside Edward, and Fantastic. While CQ in last, CQ is on the brink of elimination. Yes Scott, this on day of new Elite Octal season and day after Jinx Napoleon New Year. C. Rex, this is we must not forget the OWL play-ins in the East Zone, this on the 15th, in the early morning, El Cazadores take on El Cargo, then winner of round 1 takes on El Chispa, this as you said, Scott, Cloud Nuve is on what I say, para ser bombardetto, or in baseball terms. To get struck out as T1 to be closely watched once they play against Cloud Nuve.
Do you mean C9 to be struck out in Worlds 2022 if the team kept losing? This the same way, well in baseball terms as I am a fan of Nippon baseball is for some reason I had spectated some baseball in person at Zay Park in Elite City as Maritas City Aliens were close to be eliminated as Elite City Swiffers are leading 3-0 in the series as they can wrap up the series here in Elite City tomorrow, pitch start at 3 p.m. this in Game 4 of initial round of the Ultimopian baseball playoffs, some walk-off home run grand slam by Rocky Daniels late in top 9th inning with 0 outs and bases loaded as Swiffers win 16-0. This in the baseball match in Game 3 in Maritas City.
Baseball? Swifters and Aliens at same time as with THE and CQ.
Yes, Scott.
I do note, they compete in best of 4. Should Maritas City wins Game 4, then series shift back to Maritas City with first pitch on said time mentioned on the Martian timekeeping. This is I do note, some subjects as mentioned on sign. Martian Sol date 52,892.25 at 6 o'clock MTC, correlated Martain time, translating to October 15th. 2022 at 3:49 p.m. and 57 seconds Elite City. This on the Darien calendar based on arithmetic. Sol 600, Tula 16th, Martian year 219, Julian Sol 147,021.25, on a Sol Luni, and in common, Martian year 36 on Utopian, on INT Urim, Martian year 28. And as I looked up subject on my phone as I took a pic of subject when we toured Maritas City this morning, Elite Mir 542 in Season 4 Month 4, 5 Sol, Delta Quad, 16th, EM 542. This as it was stated on the sign, at 25.0 EMTM and 0600 TRM. Sol 600 of the Martian year of 36, in common? At 0600 MTC in few seconds before 1550 of October 15th, 2022. They should have scheduled first pitch at or around 1600 hours, that is closest to the hour. Scott, Rex, since you mentioned Sol 600, it to occur at midnight MTC, just few seconds before 1340 UTC, 9:40 in the morning, with the 68 Sol countdown to the new Martian year of Mir 37, or Mir 220 on the Darien and Utopian calendars or EM 543, INT Urim Mir 29, on Mars Sol date 52. 692.0 translating to day after Christmas, December 26, 2022 around 6:50 AM Elite City on non-DST and around 11:50 Universal Time, before Choi 50, Desi Newt 1200. This is no wonder, on the site of Darien calendar, just day prior, on Christmas Day, on 147,090 Julian Sol. At 11:17 UTC or 6:17 AM Elite City in 27 seconds, to be the new year on the Darien calendar of year 220, on new Martian eve of other Martian calendar types, this a week before our New Year's, for 2023, Elite year EY 1023, and for you Scott, Rewa 5, Koki 2685 and for Kanbordee Ions. Kanbor year 18. This as we must note, on Sol 600 of Mir 36 at 6 o'clock MTC, if the Swifters lose Game 4, it to be Game 5 in Maritas City, this coming Saturday before 1550.
This as you should note some boxing over 5 hours later at 9 o'clock p.m.
Boxing? Who said that?
It is me, Savage Sistinen.
Is it a televised event? And if so, which channel?
The match before the big one being Plant vs. Thorough, then main one being Wilder vs. Heel News as it to be on pay-per-view on cable and satellite television.
2100 hours on the 15th. This after Top Esports vs. DRX in final match of Group C of Worlds 2022 when the boxing match to begin on pay-per-view on TV. This is I do note subject on the Alito cable listing for 15th, only to cost 30 Elios. Just shy of 11,000 yens. I Scott must not get the subject on pay-per-view, as I only watch Japanese movies on PPV and on demand on Alito cable.
That is $75. That is a bit expensive in dollar terms in Bloxy Federation.
Yes, Ozzie, this compared to close to 2,350 Kanbor coins, or over 70 Kaldizai Zenikos, more like 70 Zenikos 20 to 25 cents.
Yes, this is I mustn't get the subject on pay-per-view, this is we discuss subjects other than Worlds 2022 and baseball, EP.
Alerta, 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 partido de deportes electrónicos entrante a las 3 de la tarde horas.
Esports match inbound at 1500 hours. Not the one we discussed in prior minutes, the other one, much closer to home, ELG Game Jam Esports Mania Aero, 2022, EY 1022, final match of regular season, Elite City Shock, and DG Red Blitz Esports. This as we already know the Xenopolian match to occur at 3:12. However this one being best of 7 encounter Blitz Striker. We are fans of DRBE so we must have to head to Esports Arena section now, grab your VIP pass and membership cards as we go to VIP spectator areas. This is a best of 7, first to 4 encounter Blitz Striker with 24-minute competition and 6-minute break in transition to next map and mode, as this is a competition match in the ELG Game Jam Esports Mania Aero 2022, EY 1022, this being final one before the tournament playoffs next week. as this match was originally to be held yesterday, but due to the new year on Old Kalos yesterday, it gets postponed to today. Heads up, one Dino Choi warning to the event. This coverage is sponsored by Z Fuel, Kitech G, Gamer Corner, Elito Cola, Rocktech, Zenchair Gaming, Elito Games, Raystar Gaming, and powered by Elito Gamer ESP.
The time is close. 2 minutes left.
Anyhow, I knew the time is close. 5 meters are 2,000 times the battle. Close to 5 Kanbordee in minutes or 30 solar seconds.
Correct. Xen Sandals, get the airborne out now.
Match gameplay coverage is always on Elito Gamer ESP, Elito Gamer Radio 100.7, Elito Gamer ESP app, Elito News Go app. Also online with live stream and live blog. Also coverage from News and Talk View on Elito News 24. Also social media at Elito Gamer ESP and at Elito News 24. Hashtag ELSVSTRV. So join the conversation.
This in addition. Coverage within the RDK network on multi-view or SAP on this channel. Press magic button or audio on the remote. Also on RDK 3000 TriStar radio service too. Your commentators to be Kb.P Kryptor, Xay S Kryptor and Xen Z Kryptor from the RDK Hex with live report from Mark E Kryptor. This as the esports matches to occur, as we to start RDK 3000 TriStar Today Blitz Edition, as it's nearing Kolichi 0, Midnight Kb.P, 1500 Elite City and RDK, 79.1E, 1800T. This as we are powered up always on all networks of RDKTSR, radio, TV, streaming and more. This is we welcome to RDK 3000 TriStar Today Blitz Edition 2-hour extended edition. I am Chris K Kryptor over at RDK 3000 TriStar RDK Newsline News Center at the RDK 3000 TriStar main headquarters, in Elite City, Federal District, Ultimopian. Mike Z Kryptor and Christina A Kryptor is on assignment and will be back for this evening's show. Mark E Kryptor is also on assignment for segment later on. Headlines at 1500 RDK and ELZ. And Midnight Kb.P Kolichi 0 on the new Kanbordee. Game on. Elite City Shock and Digi Red Blitz Esports are competing now in Best of 7 Encounter Blitz Striker, in a 24 plus 6 minute round format, being held at Digi Square Elitazot in Elite City. This being the final match in regular season of ELG Game Jam Esports Mania Aero 2022 EY1022 Kb.P 17 Doza XE Giatrokant 999 1999 TDE. Person who set off fire alarm at Digi Zenit Xenozat in Xenopolis City at start of New Year in Old Kalos 24 hours ago. Alphtronic and tourist who got deported from Xenopolia to Alphtronic Republic gets sentenced to death. He was executed this morning. Person who bombed Sistinen Motors headquarters in Sistika, Nipponland last month, resulting in 1 billion yens in damage, about 3 to 4 million Elios, and forcing company to go bankrupt and out of business, gets sentenced to 10 years in jail. Final practice for Xen Racing to occur tonight in appreciation of the Flex Motors Fright Scare Duel 2022, EY1022 Grand Prix at Xen Raceway tomorrow with rain date on Friday. This as we have a segment coming up next hour, as we have Mike Z Kryptor and Christina A Kryptor to be reporting live at Xen Speedway as we showcase the car to be used. Racing version of the 2023 Flex Connex at 1620 RDK in Elite City this afternoon. This as we showcase a virtual one in Video Game Speed Blitz 2020 in an E3 to be held this Saturday, in tonight's edition of RDK 3000 TriStar Today Prime Edition, by Slacker from Team RDK 3000 TriStar Esports, as he also some of Team RDK 3000 TriStar Esports are spectating the esports match being held right now as Elite City Shock and Digi Red Blitz Esports compete in Best of 7 Encounter Blitz Striker. This in the final match of the regular season tournament as the playoffs to occur next week at this moment. Digi Red Blitz Esports is in a slim lead, as it's get very contested at times. Since Jared B. Kryptor is unavailable to cover right now as he's in the washroom fixing up his hairdo, we are joined with his brother Raymond Blake from Elito Gamer ESP. Wait a minute. Why is Mark E Kryptor beside as with Rex Traction, Ichiro, Scott Elito Star Kip, Stefan Elitastan, Chubby H Kryptor and Ozzie? In fact, we have to let Mark E Kryptor to cover and have Raymond Blake to stand aside. Mark E?
Yes, this is I was talking to Chubby H Kryptor and Ozzie on personal matters that we can't show on air. Anyhow, this is the four fellows plus Ozzie and Marsh came at their discretion. Anyhow, as you said, Zaker, it sure is a fury at this choi, as ELS and DRBE compete as they compete hard. As the XenPac supports DRBE, this as you may know, Scott Elito started back on New Year's Eve with an hour to new Elite Year EY1022 on December 31st, 2021. Scott has became temporary special substitute for team in which merged toward DRBE, Blood Red Gaming. During the New Year's sponsored match with ELS versus Optic Elito and Elito phase during Map 6 in Jinsoku Bamba. Konnichiwa. Yes. This is Scott Elito Startup was trying it out on New Year's Eve during trip just an hour shy of EY1022 and 9 hours into Rewa 4. Shout out to my cousin Ichigo from Sistika who is waking up early pre-dawn Thursday just to watch this.
Tomare, stop. Scott Elito Starkip, are we on television? And if so, which network?
Yes, Ichiro, we are on television on RDK 3000 TriStar television service, maybe Elito News 24 too. Oh my god. Hola amigos. Stefan here. See. This is the Deportes Electronicas match sure gets heated. Game on. Rex tracks Zion here. Yes, this is Scott and Stefan said, we are rooting on DRBE. Talk about a bee scare yesterday. Even though we did not get stung, there were someone in front row who got allergic to bee stings. Bee stung him, he got a severe reaction, he ended up in the hospital. He is in good spirits and recovering this afternoon, however the presence of bees forced the delay of the race, even rescheduling the race from yesterday to today as we got told to head home. Yes, Stefan, this is once the race gets rescheduled, we head to DG-2 only to watch some viewing party of Worlds 2022 action, also Xenopalian esports, also the baseball game. Now, concerning the race today, what is type of race? 1 make race, to be racing version of what Rex drives, and a timed race, 3 hours 0 minutes plus 1 lap. 2023 Flex Conix Hatchie? See, this is we do not want to be incident once again, although it's a good day for the race, as the weather was nice yesterday for the race, however there was a bee situation, however around the end of the race, it'll gonna rain. This is the race to begin just 24 hours toward the first of tomorrow's E-Prix, 3 o'clock p.m. Elite City, 79.1 EMT. 1800 TRX. You mean 1900 tracks time, Stefan? This is IREX Tracks Xy and have the street version of the car. Anyhow, you should note, I have put on accessories on my car. This is you should note Julian's crossover beside, he has put on some stuff on his crossover. He to spectate the race with us.
Yes! Thank you. The driver in the Conix Hatchie, this has your car really kicks some ass. Rock on. Anyhow, who are you?
I am Rex Tracks Zion, and this is Stefan Illitiston and Scott Illito Starkip. Hola amigo. Konnichiwa.
Nice to meet you. Anyhow, I gotta shut off ignition on my crossover, and exit vehicle, then lock it.
Same as I. Anyhow, remember Julian, look before you lock.
Okay, anyhow there's nothing in the rear seat, except my bag with snacks and drinks for me and 3 of you. Also rain gear for the evening.
Anyhow, the race to be finished at the top of the next hour. I do see dark rain clouds to the northwest. I wonder if the weather to impact the final laps with a dozen minutes left on the race clock. This is I already put on my rain gear. Yes, Rex, this is I do have my rain gear on too, but the rain should hold off until like shortly after the checkered flag. I really hope so. Stefan, this is I Scott have to get out my device, as I also have my rain gear on also, as I switch from computer to TV mode. This put KaiOS into sleep mode, and tune to Elito Weather Elite City feed as I do note the time, nearing 5:48, to check locals on the 8s. on Elito Weather. What? Current time Alphtronic Omni esports match? Rex, go grab your pocket radio and tune to 100.7 FM now. A special weather statement is currently in effect for Elite City Metro. Rainfall warning level 1 issued in the vicinity to west. It is 17 degrees Celsius, 170 tempos, 26 kbmi under partly sunny conditions. Wind currently originating west at 12 kilometers per hour, 7 nitros per choi, 39 centimetros per trocant. Here is the latest regional satellite imagery within last 6 hours, 25 choice. Here is the latest regional Doppler radar imagery within 6 hours, 25 choice. Here is the latest local Doppler radar imagery within 3 hours, 125 Giatrokants. Tonight, moderate to heavy rain early, clearing late evening, low 8 Celsius, 80 tempos, winds west 40 kpm 24 kch gusting to 70 kph 40 kch becoming northwest 25 kph 15 kch. Tomorrow, sunny skies, and cool, high 12 Celsius, 120 tempos, winds light, and variable. Tomorrow night, clear, cold, risk of frost. Calm winds with low just barely above freezing of 1 Celsius, 5 tempos. Here is the 7-day outlook for Elite City Metro to plan ahead. Severe thunderstorms are not expected next Friday, October 21st. Here's the current conditions in nearby locales. Get out your bug spray when venturing out. Bug activity currently moderate, predicted to be high tonight. I do note Mark Zaniel's friend who resides in Alphtronic City, Alphtronic Republic in the Tronic Diamond Union, Daniel Kb.P, who's an Alphtronican immigrant from Kanbordee Republic since 2019, EY 1019, 2736 ATRE, 1996 OAE or TDE, Kb.P 14. He's getting into esports for Alphtronic City Shock. His team is currently winning in match score and leading in map score. This is the time system being used, the Tronic Diamond variant, with the core timekeeping being Giatrokant time, inspired from the Tempest Spatium Pandecimal Sequence time. This is I do still have the watch in which shows subjective timekeeping since February 4th, 2022 for the new Hafni King of VS 2350, in the evening, this in clock store in what we used to reside, Kryptor City, now the workers at the clock shop later moved to Costa Aero. Now working at Rex Clocks in Elite City, as the previous owners has since retired as the fellows we met once I got the watch, the lady at the clock shop, she's new owner of Rex Clocks. This is my sister Danielle Trax Zion, who used to be Lion of DG Costa Aerosat and DG Blocks. Rob Lozat is now Deputy Lioness of DG Square Latosat. This is her partner Richard Trax Star, used to be Lion of DG BRBZ and DG CAEZ, now Deputy Lion of DGS-ELZ, as Jared and Renee are Head Lion and Lioness. This is I had to set my watch date part from Tempest Spatium date sequence time to Tronic Diamond Clocks time. This is I do note. Yes, Rex, this is I Scott do remember, you should also get the related watch at Rex Clocks, being digital part, as with the digital watch I have. You both are correct. This is there's an anniversary sale going on as the clock store celebrates the bicentennial, 200 years in business with the new owners. This is we go there after the race. Good thing the race timer already reaches 0 as it's 6 PM already. White flag is out. Final lap. This being 3 hours plus 1 lap. The two cars in the lead are neck and neck in the battle for first. Wow, what an extremely close finish, as it was neck and neck. This gets into video review, as it determines that racing team from Alphtronic Republic who won the Regional Auto Olympics has since won the race. This is Cooper from Zen Racing was a close second within inches. Yes, this is, well, lightning has struck the race car. Put up your hoods fast. It'll gonna rain hard. Wind is picking up fast. See, preparate para la lluvia fuerte. Oh my god. It's beginning to rain. It's raining hard. Windy out too. But thank good the race is over. Open up your umbrellas and head toward the exit.
Damn. Now the electronics is now busted. I can't even apply throttle. However, car was still in motion when lightning struck the race car. As I am in pit lane now, as the handbrake, brake pedal and steering wheel still functions as I just slow down and come to a stop at the garage. Even though I get placed in 5th place, Jason Hexman, from Hex Racing Performance, the Alphtronican driver wins. David Daniels from Zen Racing placed 2nd. Zeno Performance driver from Xenopolis City, Xenopolis a distant 3rd, and my teammate and brother Richard Hexsmith as 4th, as he is assisting to bring my race car into the garage, pushing my car. This as the radio also still works, as I can still communicate with Richard and the crew.
Yes, this is I had to push your car to escort you to the garage, as I alerted the mechanics and crew on the matter via radio.
We to report on the e-breeze in moments, but first we are following a developing story from late yesterday evening. This concerning severe weather as a powerful EF5 tornado struck Crystal City, Blitz Province, Blitz Dinozonia. It was the most powerful tornado ever in Alpha Continent, much worse than the tornado in which struck Zlickstar, Illitopia back on March 15, 2022, that in which resulted in Zlickstar to be destroyed. According to our affiliate BZD24, Crystal City has been destroyed with tornado destroying every structure. However, there were no deaths nor injuries since the city was vacated because the mayor of the city urged the residents 1 hour prior to tornado warning to evacuate and head west to Diamond City. This is Illito News 24 has learned. Personnel who evacuate Crystal City gets told to never head back to Crystal City. No wonder many if not all residents get ordered to evacuate, rather than hunker down. That is a stupid idea. If this were to occur in daytime, it can result in a traffic jam on the freeways. Yes, Scott, that is a stupid idea. The tornado could have moved either direction and it would be like a mess, with cars flipped everywhere, even semi-fuel tanker fire and explosion in which would result in gas prices to skyrocket, even up to 1 to 2 LEOs per liter in which would result in surge in inflation. Food prices to increase a lot, Illitopian stock market sell-off, riots and unrest, and Illitopian emperor and prime minister ousted, even assassinated, or if the semi-carrying hazardous material, then it would result in a national emergency in Blitz Dinozonia, or if the semi-carrying horses. Then any surviving horses can get loose and trespass nearby cities, even Diamond City, that can result in local emergency and shelter-in-place order. Yes, either that or if the semi-carrying lumber, then it would result in extensive cleanup and road closures. But thank God it did not happen.
In fact, one of the subjects occurred, but it's the semi-truck carrying a trailer carrying a heavy construction machinery. On a freeway, the tornado flew the subject 800 meters to the east, however it landed in open area. There were no one in the semi as it had a mechanical breakdown, as driver had no choice but to flee the semi and hunker down. He was not hurt.
Thank God, hope he gets picked up by someone.
Yes, this being my colleague's friend as he's a trucker. However, for those who wondering, I am Xay S Kryptor, from RDK 3000 TriStar, as I am also part of Illito Diamond, Illito Shield, and Illito Force, as Illito Shield and Illito Force are two of the leading community-run policing groups in Illitopia. This as I get assigned by Xay S Kryptor to supervise Team RDK 3000 TriStar Sports. However, a few of Illito Diamonds, Illito Shield, and Illito Force will also be present to stand guard during the esports match in automotive racing. This as I and them will discuss over the two-way radio on the plans for Trunk or Treat 2022, EY1022, and other events on Halloween. This will be the second year Illito Diamonds to host the event and first time with Illito Shield and Illito Force. This as back in 2020, EY1020, it was run by the local car community. This as back in 2019, it gets held in Elite City in first time, as in 2018 and prior years. It was used to be held in what used to be RDKFictional, in which some curse and haunt destroyed the city in 2019, EY1019 with resurgences in 2020 and 2021, with 2021 being final act as it is not expected to happen this year at midnight November 1st, 2022. This as back on Halloween night on year 1019 AD, EY19, some fellow in settlement in which later became RDKFictional in Kingdom of Illito, discovered a unique rock, as there were writing on the rock, that was the Forbidden Rock, in which writing was in Elitish stating what I say. That after a millennium, expect on subject what I call as what I refer as similar to the HY1K event in February 2021 in what used to be Defiantville, Hextapolia, now Lake Uxitex in southwest Texada, or a biblical tornado destroying Crystal City late yesterday evening. As RDKFictional gets wiped off the map.
Now, we do note the wording other than English, on the fire alarm bell and buzzer and sign below, the one in Elitish, being Farah and Faratow, meaning fire, and fire alarm, as Irex do note the one in Kanborlish meaning fire. Anyhow, what is that beside, in different language?
That is the wording fire in Munish.
Who said that?
Me, Ruby K Kryptor. I reside here in Elite City, Elitopia since June 2022. Zeta EY 1022. Anyhow, before that, I was residing in Elito Muni Kingdom since 2000 to June 2022. This as you should note I was a Muni type, now a full human, as Elito Muni Kingdom was like Elito version of Kiplanian Kingdom in which I was born in Kiplanian Kingdom in Kb.P 227, Star versus the forces of evil in Kanbor version, as we call as the Muni world. The currency is the Elix as it's worth 1 Leo 25. Time zone is UTC and calendar system is a modified version of Elitopian calendar with 6-day weeks and month name after a gem obtained from the Kiplanian calendar. Time system is those of conventional time, metric time and 1060,144 system. As my given name is Ruby Kaystar, formerly Ruby Kiplastar. This as Chris Kaystar, Chris K. Kryptor's parents, was born in Kiplanian Kingdom before moving to Rexer, Elitopia, in which Chris Kaystar was born as Chris and the family head to Elite City, as I am his cousin.
Wow. This is you must have gone through hyperspace over the summer. This is, oh my god, fire alarm. We better evacuate DG-Elito.
It's only a test. To repeat, it's only a system test. I do see the Alarm Corp company van once I enter. The technicians are doing routine tests, as we were told to disregard the alarm and to not evacuate.
Yes, including me, Richard X Kryptor, as we got told beforehand in past 15 minutes of fire alarm test.
Yes, this is it's only a test, and you Rex, Scott and Stefan, you must disregard the alarm, as I do see the technicians going across Digi-Elizot checking on the sounders and strobes. This as I Chris K. Kryptor was told of fire alarm system test in past Choi, 15 minutes at 12:48.
So we noticed, when do they do system tests?
Every 3 months.
This as the next test is scheduled after the New Year's in mid-January 2023, Alpha EY 1023. Ruba, you should note, as I talked to Sarah J.D. Kryptor from RDK 3000 TriStar Corgitopia Unit Division, regarding the results of the grand finals of the Corgitopian match, but it's not esports, as it's Aussie rules football. This as Silver City Shock gets shut out by Kanbordee City Spinels 9 and 8, 62 to 8 and 6, 56. As Kanbordee City Spinels wins the CJFA 2022-09-85 CJE. EY1022. However, this gets attention to Kanbordians up north, including Kanbordee City on the CJFA Kanbordee City Spinels win. This of course sounds alarm to Rex X Kryptor of RDK Con, as he sounded alarm at conclusion of match. Also for some reason, some alarm blaring at 4:58 RDK and Elite City, in which host broadcaster carrying the match. Trailer gets shown of scary movie, in which scares some and results in one screaming toward the exit as he pulled fire alarm but was throttled by 2 citizens. Now the movie gets cancelled as the firm who produces the movie gets raided, seized and shut down by the authorities.
Yes, Chris. This as there was a delay of the match, as the person who set off fire alarm at Silva Dome, Alex Stewardson, friend of Scott Smith, in which Scott and Alex reside in Silver City. This as I am chatting with him on video call. Scott, is there any punishment for false fire alarms in Corgitopia?
Yes, maximum penalty to be 10 years in jail, and 50,000 Corgitopian marks in fines, about 8,000 Elitopian Elios. Minimum 6 months jail, 4,000 marks, or 640 Elios. However, for this instance, for today's incident, he to spend life in prison and face 1 million Corgitopian marks in fines, translating to 160,000 Elios.
Is this also goes for disruption of important sporting event?
Yes, also he was the one who caused some panic to some, as there were a mass exodus to leave the stadium, however was told to re-enter. However, the Corgitopian Telecommunications Council has slapped Corjotnet Media same amount of fine, 1 million marks, 160,000 Elios for airing subject that is violation of broadcast rules, as it consists of subjects that was very shocking and disturbing to most.
This is RDK 3000 TriStar Today Midday Edition. I am Raymond Blake from Elito Gamer ESP, filling in for Mark Elitostar, Mark E. Kryptor, in which he's in practice. We are broadcasting live at Studio GR64 at Elito Media HQ in Elite City, the latest at midday.
Welcome to Virtual World and Gaming today on Vista and Xylem Cast on Vita Vision. I am Mickey James.
I am Sean Richardson.
I am Smith Phelps.
Xen Z Kryptor, I do remember back on February 4th 2022, when I compete in E-Pre substituting for you as in the afternoon E-Pre in which you finished 10th, as you were filling in for the Alito Gamer ESP staff member. As for the evening E-Pre, I and Alito Wizard were tied in 3rd, as Mark Zaniels won as Corey Zanders was a close 2nd, as the afternoon E-Pre being Flex Motors Pro M E-Pre 2022, EY 1022 in which kicked off a dozen minutes after the new year on Legacy Who Exatex calendar. As for the evening one being ELG Game Jam Esports Mania Frosty Pro Am 2022, EY 1022 in a 2.4 hour E-race at start of new half Naya 2nd of BS 2350.
Yes, I do remember. Hope I to take in the top 3 this time, or at least top 5 for today's E-Pre. This as I do note this gets attention to the Alito Wizard, Mark Zaniels, and Corey Zanders who came beside me. However, Alito Wizard was party vacant of afternoon's E-Pre at Zen Speedway. He had to withdraw as someone from Kanbordee City takes over, and it's not the fellows at RDK 3000 TriStar Kanbordee Unit Division. Even Xay S Kryptor said no to party picate.
Yes, this because I, the Alito Wizard, to meet with the Ultimopian Prime Minister at the Ultimopian Parliament at 1700 hours Elite City, 82.5 EMT, 2100 TRX, and to head to Emperor's Palace to meet with Emperor Sigma shortly after. As I do note, you have to head to Sports Bar to spectate Elite City Swift ERS Baseball.
Yes, they are at Mar Stadium in Meritus City, taking on Meritus City Aliens. First pitch to occur imminently, as you should talk to my bro Rex, and his friends Scott and Stefan.
Okay.
They are near Zaker and Marky, Chris K. Kryptor and Mark E. Kryptor.
Scott, Stefan, why did Alito Wizard told us to head into his car? Yes, why Alito Wizard? Your car is like same make and model as with my car but detuned version with retractable hardtop, as I note you put down your hardtop. Yes, Rex tracks Zion, it sure is a nice day today in mid-Kappa EY 1022, October 2022 as I, the Alito Wizard, to give you a tour of key areas in Elite City, via vehicle as I drive, as I to say in English language, rather than Elitish. This is some signs are in Elitish only, but most are in English or bilingual Elitish English. As Elitish is native language of Elitopia as it was primary in early years as English is primary language in modern times, this is we'll start once we head out of Kanbordee Street toward Alphtronic Street toward Elite Street. I see the clock on the center console, it's 3:12 p.m, anyhow the time display is on the 24-hour clock, so 15:12, as it's 80.0 EMT and 1920 TRX. You are correct, Scott. Stefan, Rex, I Scott must note, the analog clock display, although time information on other subjects gets shown as it's 12 minutes or 5 dozinals past midnight in Kanbordee City on Markoyan 16th Kanayan Kb.P 17 or Perlita, 3rd of outgoing Maya of Dozi-anno E0 or 131. 4th day into the Elite Octal season, 55 Sporchuk Muni year 849 as it's 16 Opal A.KLN 397, a dozen or so minutes after 8 p.m. Muni, 1 a.m. Kaplianian. However no wonder, 9th Perlnia year 378? Is it the new calendar system in Kaplianian Kingdom in Kb.P 0227, Muni World? Yes, this is Kaplianian Kingdom in Muni World plans for new duodecimal calendar system, due to my friend residing in Kanbordee City, where she is sleeping right now, Kanbor Princess. Friend of Kanbor Princess friend being Zalen's friend Norinki has made discovery of Kaplianian for first time as the calendar system being as thus, 8 days in a week, like a Splix week, 4 weeks in a month, so 32 days in a month, a Splix month, and 12 months in a year. 384 days in a year as the epoch being October 17th, 1625 or Kappa 17th, EY 0625. IREX must note, this being 397th year since the epoch in the next 46 3/4 hours. Yes, or 195 choice, close to 4,675 decinutes, 1,950 Giatrokants, about 19.5 kolikais or metri hours, 1,170 minards, 19 metri hours 30 minards. This is my friend Kanbor Princess told me of the such date and time system as she told me of this, the new Kanbor Spinel New Year, Dozi-anno E0, or 132, or what I say in Elitish, Elito numeral, and Elito dozinal number, tis only Hispania. Pritra duo Kb.P to occur on Dizonla Kb.P on Amazon it is so it is nella colis nella dosant Kb cycliconular annulment Kb pri hepta Kb priprium is heptate is jockey it is mero eoi, priokal diduo ioi priprium is hext is hept nonki pridakai iomiclico, pricol nonaceal taxclico. Prit viewer and ulomant ISE tuklico duokal duo yacht priprium is hext is heptwadi, meaning in English, Kaliki 0 Dozi-anno 0 o'clock Kb.P on first day of first month Dozi-anno E0, 132 an hour 0 minute 0, midnight Kb.P on 7th Markoyan Kb.P 17 on Astardia and Jacada, Lambda 6th. EY 1022 at 79.1 EMT, 1900 TRX, an hour 14 minute 0, 1400 hours Elite City time, 2 o'clock PM on the 12-hour clock on Sunday, November 6th, 2022.
2 o'clock PM on Sunday, November 6th, 2022.
Driver of Blue of 09, yes. This is fireworks to be going off in Kanbordee City but in question in Elite City for the new Dozi-anno on Kanbor Spinel calendar of Elgo, E0, or 132.
This is I Savage Sistinen to host a car show on that date at a location to be fireworks proof, at a lot several kilometers west of Elite City, several kilometers east of what used to be Zlikstar, Ilitotogjan Soku Auto Complex.
This is I have to head home as I and the captain plus the roster at Alphtronic City Shock have no matches tomorrow as I to do practice. This is someone from Kanbordee City to take over or me. Kanbor Lazuli this is I to must catch up on schedule of Ultimopian matches in which Elite City Shock. As I call the Electros, as I call Alphtronic. This is I have to head home as I and the captain plus the roster at Alphtronic City Shock have no matches tomorrow as I to do practice. This is someone from Kanbordee City to take over or me. Kanbor Lazuli this is I to must catch up on schedule of Ultimopian matches in which Elite City Shock. As I call the Electros, advance to the playoffs as I call Alphtronic City Shock, Altroc, as with 3 others, the Xenopolian matches, and 2 of the subjects I need to catch up, Munda 2K22 and L, most notably the Sharks.
I wouldn't mind the World's 2022 action, as Groups A and B action has concluded. Group C action gets in progress tonight and Group D action tomorrow with 12 matches remaining, or 13 to 14 if tiebreaker matches are needed. This as I must do note. The Sharks take on match in Round 3 Upper and Owl Playoffs 2022, at 20:30 on Halloween during the RDK 3000 TriStar Halloween Party, and the Ultimopian Tournament Seasonal Tournament Finals. Speaking of the subject, this as I do note, actions kick off on 17th. With group knockouts being single elimination first round from 17th to 20th, second round on 21st to 24th, and finals on 25th to 26th, main stage on latter half of Tango Weekend double elimination. 32 teams of 4 groups, 8 per group. This as I do note Elite City Shock is in Group Alpha, and DRBE in Group Charlie. This as I do also note, XenPac counterpart kick off today in the playoffs, starter 32 today to 18th, Sweet 16 from 21st to 23rd, Elite 8 from 28th, semifinals on 29th, finals on 30th.
This is I say the matches in order of schedule at noon, 3 p.m., 5:30 p.m., and 8 p.m. Elite City. This is in Group A action in playoffs, on the 17th. Elite City Shock vs Whistler Esports, X8 Esports vs Easy Moto, Beta City DGXL vs Alpha City Uprising, Starville Gladiators vs Roctopolis Breach. In Group B, Code 3 vs Dynamite City Ultra, Cloud Jinx vs Ilito Phase, Ossitek Grove and Thieves vs Green Matrix, Blood Clan vs DG Elite Esports, Group C, DG Red Blitz Esports vs Fuel Blitz Gaming, Dance City Junkers vs Jinx Esports, Dodge City Star Beautyfly vs Code Red, Rexter Esports vs Optic Ilito. Group D, Meritus City Fuel vs Ilito Liquid, Sharkville Mayhem vs ECT Lancers, LU Eagles vs Hex Gaming, Handro City Valiant vs Raptor Gaming.
Every hour, on the hour, this is the 24-hour news beat.
This is an RDK 3000 TriStar Today 24-hour news beat. I am Mark E. Kryptor and this is Chris K. Kryptor from Studio RX. In the news this half hour.
We have an update to the participants in the evening event of E-Prix Bravo, also an important programming alert. This as we would have hand off to the fellows back to BWG2N, but they have gotten selected by audience voting to be participants, replacing the 3 celebrities who got eliminated from E-Prix Alpha, as folks to compete against Team RDKESP in this evening's event. As a result of this, BWG2N production gets transferred to RDK 3000 TriStar Television Studio Productions for this special instance only, although we would have simulcast RDKTSRT at 2000, RDK-ELZ tonight on VistaVision and Vista TV, but they are airing simulcast of Alito Gamer ESP. This is we are going to wrap up the show for the night at 2000 and to air RDK 3000 TriStar Today Prime in a 2-hour special. Hold on, we just got told by producers. We have to air RDK 3000 TriStar Today right away in a 10-choice special extended edition, as we have to conclude BWG2N for the night as we are powered up always in all networks of RDK 3000 TriStar.
Television, radio, streaming and more. This is the VWG2N hosts will be back tomorrow as RDKTSRT to begin when the countdown to top 10 reaches 0. This in the next 2 minutes. This is RDK 3000 TriStar Today. I am Mark E. Kryptor and this is Chris K. Kryptor over at RDK 3000 TriStar RDK Newsline News Center at Studio RX at RDK Main HQ in Elite City, Ilitopia.
Headlines at 1936 RDK and Elite City.
This is my bro Rocky Daniels from Elite City Swifters saw the action unfold as he was due up after Steve Silvestar as Steve S was at bat. This is Rocky gets furious. Even gets attention to soccer players from Elite City Firestorm, i.e. my friends Ishan Reddy R and David Zanders and David's bro Max Zanders, Craig, my teammate, and hockey player from Elite City Elitos, even I Shaky. Mike Daniels from the Elitos is my relative Mickey Daniels from Elite City Shock who to compete in an hour and Zen Racing's David Daniels learn of it as Cooper, Shaker, Craig, Ishan, Davies, Rock, and I gets furious. Even it gets attention to my relative Slacker, Max S Kryptor from RDK 3000 TriStar, as the baseball team Meritus City Aliens gets disqualified and banned from baseball for life. Even they get banned from RDK 3000 TriStar for life, as with other RDK 3000 TriStar establishments outside Ultimopian. As the Swift FERS advance to the quarterfinals. Yes, this is I Shaker learn. The MCA heads to trip to Kanbordee City to meet with team in Kanbordee in baseball, only to get questioned by the authorities, then gets detained, then sentenced to death.
Yes. This as we lost one of our own from the Swifters, as we were not only sad but mad. This as it's also soccer playoffs, also as soccer team from Meritus City to compete against Elite City Firestorm at Zendum tonight in quarterfinals.
Yes, but the soccer match gets cancelled as Meritus City Lasers gets disqualified and banned from soccer until 2025. EVI 1025 season kickoff. Even before first match begin in best of 5. This as we didn't knew we advanced to the semis already.
This as the ELHA hockey team Meritus City Beams. It's now based in Kyiv as it gets rebranded to Kyiv Beams. This as the now defunct hockey team in Meritus City gets the boot from ELHA and sanction from hockey.
This is racing team, in which to compete in final race yesterday of the 2022 season, Cassie Performance, based in Meritus City. Just minutes before green flag, the racers from Cassie Performance was ordered off the track and to sit out. This resulted in 5-minute delay of the race, as Cassie Performance gets sanctioned from races until start of 2024 season.
However, esports team, Meritus City Fuel, in which to compete, in Group D, against Elito Liquid for 20th at noon is still a go, as I heard the Ultimopian Hockey Association, and Ultimopian Premier League, even the Racing Association of Ultimopia, has learned from Ultimopian League of Baseball on acts in which the leagues were in communication as they decided to sanction the teams in Meritus City, even Ultimopian Basketball Association, as yesterday's basketball game at Rex Arena, Elite City Heat against Meritus City Raptors, get postponed. As the Raptors' new franchise is Rockville, as the players from defunct basketball team in Meritus City gets the boot from ELBA, although it does not get attention yet to the Ultimopian League of Gaming Game Jam. However, it gets attention today to the Ultimopian Football League. As Elite City Thunderdogs take on Meritus City Martians is scheduled on 24th for Monday Night Football, the commissioner to reconsider the match and investigate the team Meritus City Martians. Rekeekan. Yes, Kanber Blitz. DG Red Blitz Esports shuts out Fuel Blitz Gaming 3-0. They to take on winner of Dance City Jonkers vs Jinx Esports Midnight Kb.P. Kalishi 0. Are you sure, Mickey K Kryptor? Yes, Rex X Kryptor. This is I am monitoring the chat from the KanborUnion. They were even celebrating. Hope they are celebrating safely. This is Rex X Kryptor. Check the schedule. The match in round 2 scheduled for early morning on 22nd Kanayan 0500 Kb.P. The structure is a total loss, as I wonder the damage to be costly, as it was caused by lightning. Yes, Scott, this as I do know, when emergency telephone number to report emergencies, i.e. medical or fire emergencies, or a crime in progress, in Ultimopian is not 911 but 888. This as I do note Hugh Exitex Union is 000 and Webchester is 999. Yes, this is Hanatalia and Kanbordee is 112, Xenopalia is 777, and Alphtronic City and Omnistar is now 112 also, formerly 911, as Korhatapia is also 999. Key scores. Goal. Rieker leads 1-0 in second half. Stefan, why on earth do you have to monitor the soccer match on your radio? Because I love soccer, Scott. Yes, this is we better get mind off soccer for now. This is we check out the subject at the Alphtronic pyramid. This is... Oh my god, hold up, Stefan and Scott, I just heard that some esports match has just started. However, we do not have tickets for the subject. Scott, tune the TV to Alito Gamer ESP secondary channels. Stefan, tune the radio to 100.7 FM, HD radio sub-channel C. Optic Alito taking on Code Red. Marco, the OTE and DRBE match sure gets heated as it's tied 3-3. Who's your pick to win?
I have to go for Optic Alito. They do really need to win.
Whoa. I do not expect this. DRBE shuts out ELU 2 in a row in best of 3. However, ELU can have the momentum to shut out opponent, being the match of OTE/ECT tomorrow at 8, as OTE takes on ECT at 9 tonight and ELS takes on Grove and RDK Thieves tonight at 7. Yes, Rex, this as we must note, according to report on Elito News 24, the electronic sign, same one that gets used in the 100-day countdown to the Tronic Diamond Metric and Solar Millennium, gets placed on the *Libment in Kanbordee City. What is it being used for, Scott? Stefan, 12-day countdown to the subject in November, new Dozi-anno on 7th Markoyan Kb.P 17 at midnight, translating to November 6th, 2022 at 2 p.m, as it gets switched on in the past 3 hours as it shows 1 do, or 12 being number of days left, in duodecimal, and Kanbordee number system. Who put it up, Scott? Let I, Mark Xaniels explain, Rex, this being the fellows at KBSKSO, Kanbor Center Controls Celebrate Organization, or KBCCO in English. In the final 24 hours of the countdown, it switches to Kolikai's/Metri hours in hours, then at 21:36 Kb.T, 11:36 Elite City non-DST on 6th, switches to Dojbinels/Mineros in minutes, then at the final 2 minutes 24 seconds at 23:57 Kb.T and 13:57 Elite City and 36.0 seconds on 6 Markoyan Kb.P 17 or November 6th, 2022 on a Markota, or Sunday, aka Raptor Day, 6 at 79.0 EMT, 1896 TRX Lambda 6th, EY 1022 being final Dojbinel countdown with countdown in binals or seconds being final Groven or 144 second countdown, concluding at midnight Kb.T on 7th, 1400 hours Elite City in which fireworks to occur in Kanbordee City but questionable in Elite City as that is as per discretion by DELCA but banned in Alphtronic and Omni Republics with only laser and lights shows with music. Yes, Mark Xaniels is there's esports match in the Tronic Diamond esports match, winner of Xenopoly and some AUT 2022 finals take on Alphtronic City Shock on that day at 3:12 p.m. on the 6th. You are correct, Farah, as fireworks are banned on day of esports matches, and if personnels do such it at 791 Giatrokants on mentioned day, 1400 hours Elite City, midnight Kb.T, will get arrested on the spot.
No wonder how the trios became part of DG Red Blitz Esports.
Yes, this is Ichima wonder if the trios to be in the roster for the grand finals on Halloween.
They are special temporary substitutes for remainder of the match. The original substitutes were unavailable at that time, as 3 of the roster had to leave because of their cats in which given birth to kittens.
Oh my god. DG Red Blitz Esports. They shut out Alito Phase 3-2. This is they have 3 special temporary substitutes. It's a good thing Xay S Kryptor and Mickey K Kryptor to stay in Kanbordee City. Due to the nature, one of the deputy divisional leaders and one head supervisor are required to remain at RDK GON due to the high importance and priority of the esports match. This is we have got briefed from the main HQ in Elite City, schedule of grand finals, to start Halloween, 31st Kanayan Kb.P 17 at 2200 hours Kb.T, just 2 hours toward Happy New Month Kanbordee in 1 week, over 1 semana toward the new Dozi-anno on Kanbor Spinel calendar. This is DRBE advances to the grand finals.
Rex X Kryptor. This equals to 1700 hours with Chesterfield on the 31st of October, 2022 and 1300 hours Elite City and RDK time since with Chester ends daylight saving time, or as we call, summertime, for the year, as we will fall back on the 30th as Ultimopians, Xenopolians and those in mainland Alpha continent won't set the clocks back until the 6th of November, 2022, just hours toward New Year in calendar system of Kanbordee Spinel.
I for some reason in the past 2 days, had my pocket radio tuned to this radio station. This is I do note it was used to be 95.5 ECQI FM Z95.5, a top 40 CHR formatted radio station, as it played Christmas music since 9 o'clock in the morning of 25th, as with Xenopolian radio station in Xenopolis City to mark 2 months toward Christmas. However, radio station ECQI FM went off the air after 30 minutes. This as I do note flash report on Alito News 24 stating radio station ECQI FM on fire as it was firebombed, but personnel were safely evacuated, but the structure went up in flames as it was burned down. This is in replacement since the 26th, Costa 95.5 MHz on the FM band. Call sign ECSA FM gets in replacement. This owned by Tronix Broadcast Corporation in Elite City.as. It also launched new channel, on channel 8.1 being Costa 8. Call sign ECSA TVDT. This replaces VivaVision 2, while channel from Meritus City replacing VivaVision 1. This is VivaVision 1 and 2 in Vista Television, owned by Alito Media, gets merged into Vero. However, VWGT, VWG2N still gets aired on Vero. This is I do love the new radio station and TV channel, Costa 8 and Costa 95.5. This is I do note the show once first watched once I was young. Baywatch, that gets aired nightly at 8 o'clock p.m. Elite City, Quad Zeros. This is it was the former station names in Costa Aero and Block C Federation, showcasing same or similar content before Costa Aero gets destroyed by Hyper Hurricane and other event in latter half of September 2022. IOTA EY 1022. Anyhow, Xen XG and Xenopolis City Shock compete in grand finals of Xenopolian seasonal tournament. Even gets attention to fellows in Costa Xeno. Xenopolia as Costa 6 is simulcasting Xeno Gamer TV. This is Costa 8 is doing the same but simulcasting Alito Gamer ESP, in which Alito Gamer ESP is simulcasting Xeno Gamer TV. As match start occurred about 20 minutes ago at 2:12 p.m. Xenopolis City, 3:12 p.m. here in .800, 12:12 a.m. Kb.T and 0:05 Kb.DT. The esports teams in the Xenopolian esports tournament finals compete in best of 9 encounter blitz striker, 36-minute rounds of 28-minute 48-second competition with 7-minute 12-second break in transition being dozen, 12 and 3 dozinals or monaros, 2 choi and half choi, with 36-minute, 2.5 choi, 15 monaro breaks after 4th round and if necessary, after 7th round.
$200 choice to go toward Halloween Grand. This is it to be on Kappa 31st, EY 1022 and October 31st, 2022. This is I built this clock. It took a week assembling, configuring, and setup, as it's an electromechanical mantle clock. This is, oh my god, alarm condition at RDK 3000 TriStar Alphtronic Unit Division in Alphtronic City, Alphtronic Republic. NYE subjects are in on mode. Fireworks went off following ball drop. Getting out my tablet. Unlock it. And gonna start video call with Stefan at Kryptor. There. I am Xen S Kryptor from RDK 3000 TriStar main headquarters from Elite City, Ultimopian. Stefan at Kryptor, what is the alarm condition at RDKATR?
The Tronic Diamond Center for Control Celebrate organization, TDCO, has toggled the NYE subjects for the new Tronic Diamond Octal season, final one toward the Tronic Diamond Millennium, with short-term notice within 20 Giatrokants, close to half hour. We were not aware of it until now.
This is Xay S Kryptor from RDK Gone, adding insult to injury. TDCO systems were linked to Kanbordee counterpart, KBSKSO, Kanbor Center Controls Celebrate organization, in which it is linked to the Kanbor Fireworks system, as they forgot to unlink, as it also linked to RDK Gone Fireworks system. This is Mickey K. Kryptor in Kanbordee City has since unlinked the system and he to toggle the all stop at RDK Gone. This is Fireworks also went off elsewhere in Kanbordee City, Kanbor Metro, even all of Kanbordee Republic, even all of Kanbor World 2, even outside Kb.P 0224. Just heard from RDK CJP, also went off across Korhata-Pia, Q-Exitex, Kudo-Pak, Blitz Dinos Nia, even Xenopalaya, but not in Webchester, and it did not went off in Elite City, Ultopia, and across Republic of Ultopia. Wrong. It also went off in Webchester, however you were right on subject in Elite City, as it did not went off in Elite City but it went off in Reeker, Sharkville and other areas. This is Xen S Kryptor, our monitoring report on Elito News 24. New. Even Kanbordee and Alphtronic authorities shut down the firm TDSKSO for unauthorized activation of fireworks in Kanbor World, and the Muni Council spilled a curse on all of the faculty. They get cursed to death, down to skull and bones, and facility cursed to destruction. Although the new one gets founded in the past week, being Tronic Diamond Festive Authority. Mickey K. Kryptor, this is Xay S Kryptor from Alphtronic City. Follow up to subject in past several hours. The building call ASPI of TDSKO done by Muni curse with explosion in remote area of northern Alphtronic, on Tronic Island, east of Kanbor Alphumni. Destroyed a regional media corp playout operations center facility near Earls Hill, airport in far southern Webchester. Damage in Earls Hill, only windows shattered with no injuries. No one was at regional playout ops center when it got destroyed. Rikikan. Yes. I am Xen S Kryptor. Barto, take note, the esports match start in lower bracket final, Elite City Shock in Elito phase originally to start at midnight Kb.P, 1500 hours Elite City, it's now to start at 1512 Elite City, 012 Kb.T, Choi 80, Desi Newt 1920, 800 Giatrokants, Kalaki 0 Dozi-anno 5. As it's a best of 5 in Dota 2, remember the Dota 2 International XI, Roman numeral for 11, in which the finals weekend takes place this weekend? Oh yes, this as I do note, as I check the subjects online. The Dota 2 International E0 or 11, Kb.P 17 or 2022, EY 1022, matches occurred midnight RDK, 0900 Kb.T.
This as we have the correspondents covering the subjects in the VWG2N Blitz, as we start with Steven at Gamer Corner.
There is a new item that gets launched from K-Tech-G, being the new gaming keyboard, mouse, and headset. This as we discussed the product overview earlier in the show, as we have additional content and customer thoughts on the VWG2N website. We hand off to Liz at DG-ELZ at main lobby.
Yes, there is the second ELG Game Jam Esports Mania Aero 2022, EY 1022 Meet North Greet taking place tonight. They discuss the subject tomorrow, also discussing 3 other related esports action, but not the Tronic Diamond Millennium Esports Tournament. We hand off to Raymond Blake at Esports Arena section for one viewing party.
Yes, this is one of the action is the Overwatch League 2022 Playoffs Day 1, as viewing party takes place now, the Sparks versus the Dragos. This is the first match in which occurred late afternoon, the Atmos vs the Jets, as we call as Slangs. Jets shut out Atmos 3-0 as the Sparks are leading against the Dragos. This is Eagles take on Costas next, then Longhorns vs Defis to close Day 1 in upper bracket initial round. We hand off to correspondent at Lounge Area for second subject.
I am Stephen James over at Gamer Lounge Bravo. This as fellows are watching a recording of Dota 2 International 2022 from last night. This as the match in Spotlight as Scott Elitastar friends played that on the TV, Tundra Esports vs Team Secret, in which he started playback in past 10 minutes. This as Tundra shut out the Secrets 2-1. This as playback of Team Liquid vs the Asters occurred this afternoon. This as crowds cheer as the Liquids shut out the Asters. We hand off to SE Stars plays at Gamer Lounge Alpha.
I am SE Stars plays at Gamer Lounge Alpha. This is the Liquid shut out the Asters 2-1. This is we are at Viewing Party Central of Worlds 2022 as it's the semifinals. This is the action yesterday. T1 from Dehenland takes on JD Gaming from Zongland as T1 wins 3-1 in best of 5. JDG wins round 2 as T1 wins rounds 1, 3, and 4. This is in first 2 rounds, JDG in red side, T1 in red, as the sides were switched in rounds 3 and 4. This is the match tonight being both teams from Dehenland, Gen G and DRX. It gets in progress tonight as it appears that DRX is leading, as in first round, Gen G is on blue side, DRX on red side. In map 2, DRX in blue, Gen G in red, as the sides were switched for rounds 3 onward. This is winner of this match takes on T1 in finals on early November. We now hand off to correspondent over at hallway of DG-ELZ.
I am Shawn Elito Tracks from Elito News 24. This sure frustrates Xen XG, who won the Xenopolian seasonal tournament finals in past 2 days, as they have no matches this weekend toward early next week, as that made stop to Elite City tonight for the finals tomorrow. This is the subjects in which Stephen James said a moment ago really excites Elito Liquid. This is they also other teams in the ELG Game Jam to spectate the finals tomorrow, also to coach if needed, with viewing parties in Kanbordee City, in conjunction to Happy New Month Kanbordee Marco on Kb.P 17 countdown, as with the final Samana mark toward new Dozi-anno on Kanbor Spinel calendar, in which to be celebrations this time next week. We now hand off to Studio RX at RDK 3000 TriStar Main HQ with Mark E. Kryptor for what's in store.
Men's wearing noise cancelling only exit is when I send star audio stuff and fellows also wear noise cancelling headphones with microphones.
3 minutes.
This is RDK 3000 TriStar Today Prime Edition. I am Mark E. Kryptor broadcasting live from RDK 3000 TriStar RDK Newsline News Center at Studio RX at the RDK main HQ in Elite City, Ultimopian. Chris K, Mike Z, and Christina A are on assignment. We welcome the viewers in the Xylem cast on Barrow TV. Headlines at 2000 hours RDK-ELZ Choi and Desi Newt 0.
Coming up at 13:20 Web Chesterfield, 9:20 RDK in Elite City. For the viewers in Elite City, we go live to the biggest Halloween party in Anatolia here in Web Chesterfield at McCorn Entertainment Complex. This is McCorn Entertainment Complex is under new ownership, being my cousin Alex McCorn is my uncle. Alex's father has since retired over the weekend. This is I am new host of this show, Stephen McCorn aka Stephen MC Kryptor. I am 28 and residing in Westchesterfield, as I was born in Mashingville in Darien Province and lived there until moving to Wedchester earlier in 2022, EY 1022 in the spring. Anyhow, we lead off with the two events to occur, one being Ultimopian esports being ELG Game Jam Esports Mania Aero 2022, EY 1022 to begin at 1700 Wedchesterfield, 1300 RDK in Elite City Shock and Digi Red Blitz Esports, but we to discuss that soon as we lead with other event being Happy New Month Kanbordee at 000 Kb.P, 1900 Wedchester, 1500 RDK in Elite City as it to be kickoff of Marco on month of Connie and Kb.P 17. This is we go live to Kanbordee City as we have Xay S Kryptor at RDK Kanbordee Newsline Studio RDKB 7. Shawn.
Yes, Stephen M. as this also marks final semana and Kanbor Spinel calendar as we KanborDeIans gear up for the happy new Dozi-anno to occur 7th Marco on Kb.P 17 or November 7th, 2022 at midnight Kb.T in 1900 hours Webchesterfield and Universal Time, 1500 hours RDK and Elite City. This as we take you outside. DG Kanbor will act dual purpose of the viewing party of Elito Gamer Seasonal Grand Finals and Happy New Month Kanbordee night, also new Dozi-anno this upcoming weekend. This is Kanbordee Tower to lit up with an amazing fireworks show blended with the RDK fireworks here at RDK Gone for the new Dozi-anno.
Coming up at
Ozzie, did you check the time on the TV? Also the clock. Besides, it's after 9 in the morning. We better carve some pumpkins, as today is Halloween. Know the dates shown on the television. October 31st, 2022, on the Monday. Yes, I am aware of the time. 9 in the morning as Chubby H Kryptors have brought us stuff to carve pumpkins, as his colleague are bringing in some pumpkins.
Yes, as that is me. Raid Zutter P Kryptor as the rest of the RDK Hex are busy carving pumpkins. This is Chubby H Kryptor is just coming back with the supplies. Ozzie and Skittles, come to the table in which Chubby have cleared the stuff off.
Okay.
Yes. This as you must have the designs drawn on paper using crayons or markers already, or digitally using computer or tablet and printed it off. And printed in color and not black and white, grayscale.
We have the designs drawn on paper. This is I Ozzie show the design as I draw in crayon. This is I Skittles draw the subject in marker.
Yes. This being face of Marco and Greek symbol of lambda with 11 in duodecimal.
Chub, you mean Mark E Kryptor from RDK 3000 TriStar? Or Mark Xen E0Z, or Marco Diaz?
My colleague Mark E Kryptor, not the other two, as Ozzie drew Mark E Kryptor's face. This as they must refer the upcoming Happy New Month subjects of Marco and Kb.P 17 and Lambda EY 1022 at 1500 hours and 2000 hours. Right sir. This for you Ozzie and Skittles. Being 3 this afternoon and 8 this evening.
3 and 8 p.m. I wonder where that gets held.
I to explain later on, but we must get the pumpkins carved as I have my designers with Xay S Kryptor as we digitally create the image on our RDK tablets, and showed it to the RDK6.
Yes, as we must do it immediately, as I and Chub will do the cutting, as using knives to carve is very dangerous, as we do not want you to be injured using knives, as we do not want accidents, as you get the scoopers and gloves.
Okay, as we to get the aprons too.
Good idea.
Yes, as it's a must. Okay, the pumpkins are carved. This as we must have some light, as we to use the candles but not the traditional ones, as we do not want fire hazard, as we to use the flameless battery operated ones, also miniature battery operated LED lanterns.
Yes, this is we have the ones beside. Anyhow Rage sir, you have the unique ones in which is more advanced.
Yes, this is I brought it at Delta 6 yesterday evening, about 20 to 30 LEOs per pack, as I and Chubby control it using out smartphones and tablets remotely, as it's the smart wireless color LED lanterns, as it's like bright. As we configured that earlier this morning as we to place it in the jack-o'-lanterns.
There. It's placed in. This has Razer. You go turn off the lights for this room.
The lights have dimmer control. I will go turn down the dimmer to low.
Please do, but not completely dark, as I will switch on the lanterns.
Yes, this is we have the ones beside. Wow. That is so wicked. Yes, Skittles, this is Ozzie do love it also.
I Marquee Kryptor have received notification that one of the lights were dimmed at room 917. This is I to determine who turned off the, whoa. Oh my god. Jack-o'-lantern of me. How sweet. Who made it?
It is me, Ozzie.
I really do love it. This is I to take this one, as in return, Chris K. Kryptor is carving the one for you.
Really?
Yes, as here he comes as he just finished it.
Yes, as here's the one for you. Ozzie, this as I Chris K. Kryptor has worked on it since 8:30 this morning.
Thank you, Chris.
You are welcome, Ozzie. Now Marquee Kryptor, you go dim up the lights for this room and then we carry your jack-o'-lantern towards Studio RX.
Good idea.